So welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub, and we're broadcasting live from the Naenae Bowling Club. Not for the first time, you'll be seeing this over the summer, and you've seen it plenty in previous weeks and months, this fabulous venue here. I'm John Macbeth, and today I'm joined by Alex Reid. Alex, it's a fabulous setup, isn't it? And we have 26 clubs competing from all across the country, so what a great mix.
Yeah, unbelievable, really. I think it's all barring one centre represented here, so a wonderful mix. And you can see there's some names that people will know and some names that people won't, John. There's a sort of a mishmash of different people playing in this, which is great. We've got from Marlborough to Thames Valley there on that first competitor sheet, and in between.
Yeah, there are some names that you'll recognise, but I think that's the great thing about Bowls3Five, and that it's a competition which tends to produce a few surprises, and favoured teams or preferred teams get knocked out early and don't even get through to their centre finals. So we have a look at the second page here. The Masterton Marvels up at the top, and just running through some of those, you see Stoke Thunder. You would say, well, Stoke, one of the big names in the country, where are their name players? Those three there, the Orbells and Ethel Campbell, will be saying, well, will be the name players soon after this weekend, eh?
Absolutely, absolutely, it's good stuff. And here's the last list with that little black thing at the bottom, but from all the way from Murchison, so we've got the smaller centres represented as well. And then if you look down, I think I really like some of the names that we've got, John, like the West End Wombats and the East Side Eagles and the Tyree Tigers. There's been some good alliteration going on with those teams making those decisions.
Yep, absolutely. So let's have a look. We're broadcasting a lot of games. We've 4 each day, or 4 today and 4 tomorrow, and then 3 on finals day on Sunday. Our first match, as you'll see, is the Arrow Force, Central Otago representatives against the Masterton Marvels from Wairarapa, and matches starting at around 1:30, 3 o'clock and 4:30 throughout the day, and another full lineup of 4 games for tomorrow, and then into the finals day on Sunday, another 3 games. So we're ready to go. I think our competitors are out there. They've had a bit of a warm-up. They've been keen to talk, which is good. Some of them have even had a bag of lollies, which they offered me just as some sort of bribe, thinking that maybe I could help them, Alex.
I'm sure that wouldn't make any difference to you at all, John. Although me's a different story.
Yes. Well, here we have in the blue, this is the Arrowtown Force. This is Alan Brash, Kelvin Jackson and Debbie Jackson. I'm sorry, you're not coming towards me now. That's the opposition. But putting the mat down is going to be Warren Fisher from the Masterton Marvels. So Warren's going to lead. Peter Noble will skip, and we saw him walking down, and Jackie Oakley away to the right there in the blue. This is the Masterton team. She will play at 2, and the opposition, we'll see in a moment, will be the Arrowtown Force. Masterton, incidentally, have played 2 and won 1 and lost 1. So here we see the first delivery. And that's pretty good. This is, whoops, we might have to just give him a kick, eh? Yeah,
immediately.
That's right, good. Wee reminder.
And there's Debbie Jackson. We've seen her before on our broadcasts, John. I think she played singles for Central Otago at the National Inter Centre. I can recall commentating a game of singles that she played.
Yep.
So no stranger to this level of competition.
And I did say to her when I was chatting earlier, so do you and your number 2, Kelvin, who she's talking to now, I said, do you know each other quite well? She said, that might not be the case at the end of the day. We'll see. So they're husband and wife. Just been down here watching a wee bit, Alex, not studying it, but, 1 or 2 of the rinks have just had people scratching their heads, but you get that, don't you? You think you're on a line, and then all of a sudden, like any bowling green, you might get a wee get something that just sort of deviates your bowl away from where you thought it was going to be. But in general, it's been playing really well. This is the televised rink, and we're situated down at the end that you're looking at now. So we're looking over the shoulder of Jackie Oakley, who's playing at 2 with her season's new. You look at them coming in. I said, "Oh, you've got white bowls," and she said, "No, no, they're Harlequin. The colour is Harlequin."
Harlequin.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
quite a bit of
easier to say.
Yeah, that's right. There's quite a bit of splattering of other colours in there. So in the black, playing it too is Kelvin Jackson for Arrowtown.
It's an interesting game, isn't it, John? Because of course this Bowls3Five format is over in a blink of an eye. Every set is 5 ends, so 2 5-end sets and a tie break if required, and they can pick one end to play a power play on. So, you know, we talk about settling into bowls for most of the games. You don't really get a chance to settle in on this format, do you?
No, not at all.
Oh, look at this one come back into the head. That's a great shot.
Yeah. So it's the Harlequin bowl. You get a close-up view of it there from Jackie Oakley. Jackie, incidentally, has returned to Masterton from a period at the Wilson Park Club in Christchurch. And she said, "I'm just loving it. I love this Bowls3Five format." And her white Harlequin's bowl might come into play here. It does. Gee, we flick off that.
Oh, you'd take it though. Looks like he's playing with, I would say that's an Aero bowl, a scoop grip you can see.
There's a couple of Aeros out there, I think. Someone's using the Aero Evolve, isn't it?
Yeah, those are the big swingers. We saw Mark Noble use them when the Bowls3Five League, the smaller one, was on Sky Sport Television out of Newland, and the Parajacks had a team in, and Mark Noble played with those. They're all big turning bowls. This here. Peter on his forehand.
Just a bit of correction there required. As is two just walks away. Now, this was interesting from the Arrowtown team. They had Joe Richards in the team initially, Alex, and then Alan was a sort of a standby, and he flew in last night because Joe just had to head back to Arrowtown for a family situation. So here he is. This is Masterton Marvels, their skip.
On the forehand, I was wondering what the arm wave was, or maybe he was saying it's narrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
So Alan Brash with an opportunity here on his backhand. It's hard to tell with his foot placement. We've got another Kelvin Scott in our hands here, John.
Yes.
Just willing this bowl back in to those targets.
Well, that short Harlequin's bowl has proved a little bit of a problem there, hasn't it? It's helped the opposition to get up on one occasion, so they're kicking out just the one. One it is. One to the Masterton Marvels. Gosh, I've got a full scorecard in front of me, and it just seems so strange, doesn't it? You've got 25 ends on the scorecard, but I'll be able to use one for the 3 games. Yeah, if there is a tiebreaker.
It is one of those things that's fantastic about this Bowls3Five format, is it's over so quickly, so you have to take your opportunities. The jack is at a set length too, John, so the jack doesn't move. It's there in those chalk circles, and the thing that can move is the mat. You can place it on a short, medium or long, and look at that for a first bowl. Beautiful stuff.
Debbie Jackson now.
Never really looked like it was going to take enough green there, did it, John? She let it go, and you just think, oh,
might be
it's on the
picking it
narrow
up,
side.
I think.
Just checking there, so you'll see on the line. So just
from her husband. Yeah, he's not not going to
right
get into strife by saying no. That's well out.
And here, Warren Fisher. He's a very well performed bowler, a name that is well known. Good stuff. 2 good bowls.
Yeah, particularly when Debbie's playing that same hand. If the Jack does move at all, he's out there nicely placed.
For sure. Debbie just looking to make that correction now.
She certainly won't be narrow this time. Yeah, nice correction that. Second shot.
It's a beautiful smooth delivery there from Jackie Oakley with the, what did you say, the Harlequin bowls?
Yes.
And look at this, it's going to finish in a not a bad place here for the Masterton Marvels. That's 2. You can see they've got their blue, must be their blue club stickers on.
Quite like this line from Kelvin Jackson.
Yeah. It's not far away if it just holds for another smidgen.
He might just use that.
That's a beautiful bowl there.
Those Jackie Harlequin bowls are coming into play all the time, aren't they?
Very focused on the mat.
Looks like there's a fine line there, isn't there, between getting that green right and then finishing like as Debbie Jackson's did earlier, swinging through.
Can be challenging sometimes. We may see the players opt to play the other hand. You get burnt once or twice on a hand like that and think, well, maybe I'm better to switch and stay to the other side. So it'll be interesting to see because they've only got 10 ends, remember, all up.
Yes, yeah.
Kelvin Jackson here. How quickly is it going to turn? This is close to genius. Oh, not quite.
So they were indicating a measure. We've got a lollipop operator walking up and down, but I'm not convinced that... Oh, here we go. What are we going to see? Nope, just gone out of shot there.
It's Wendy Jensen.
Yeah.
The lollipop.
Looks like the red bowl has got it, doesn't it?
I didn't have a real good close look at it.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say we could use the chalk markings, but of course someone was inconsiderate and moved the jack off the centre, so there'll be no indication. That's Peter Noble here. Look, it's so square on the mat. I don't know if he's on his forehand or backhand.
He was indicating on his forehand, but oh yes,
That's interesting, isn't it?
Well, even the initial part of the delivery looked to be going the other way.
That might be more confusing than Kelvin Scott. But he certainly, I mean, we know he can play a bowl.
Not much of a correction required there.
You want me to come there?
So Alan Brash now from the Arrowtown Force, the Arrowtown Bowling Club. He's been playing 16 years and he said, I said, oh, I spoke down at the Arrowtown Bowling Club for their centenary. And he said, yep, 16 years ago. He said, that was my first year.
Oh, I was going to say, you must have inspired him to keep going, John.
I don't think I can ever be accused of that, inspiring people. Now, here we go now. There's a slight correction to make here from Peter Noble. His weight was just spot on, I thought. Here we go.
Oh, tighter line here.
Yeah.
But we know it's not the swinging hand, so it should be close, I think,
Yeah.
John.
Just weight this time, wasn't it?
Just a smidgen.
That wasn't a bad line, really. If another metre of weight, and he might well have been into that. So all these teams that are here today, 26 of them, you mentioned, Alex, have all gone through, club elimination and then centre competition to get to a stage where they represent their centre. Oh, look at this. Not quite the shot.
Beautiful
No
bowl.
change, I would think. One down for, so one up to the Arrowtown Force. So it's 1-1 after those two ends.
One or two? One.
I did ask one of the teams, so when did you play your centre
One.
Bowls3Five
Yeah, one.
competition?
Yeah.
And he looked at me and said, I have no idea. Because the season that you can play so much bowls, can't you, during a season? And one competition runs into another, and you try to work out when you played a certain event. Takes a better memory than most of us.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
They played it at some point, and
Yep.
it's a good first bowl there from Debbie Jackson. I think she's going to have a good battle with Warren Fisher, often in this format, because it's so short. You sort of see the teams, one of the strategies is to try and put your strongest draw player up front. So they go bang, bang on the jack.
And then work from there. So, yeah, I agree with you. That's short format. It's important to get one close early, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a pressure. Everything's amplified. It feels like it's more pressure. When you play your traditional game of triples, you might have 18 ends. And you might drop you 3 or 4 down after 4 or 5. Doesn't matter. You go, oh, I've got plenty of time left. But in this one, if you're 3 or 4 down after 5, you've lost the set and you're on to the next one.
Yep. Two
Beautiful
good bowls
bowls there from Debbie.
And yeah, you often hear people say, well, you're playing in a fours match or a singles or possibly not singles, but some competitions where you think, the first 4 ends probably it's just a chance to get to grips with the green and the weight and so on. But in this, if you wait 4 ends, the game's over.
Yeah, it's a dangerous thing to do. Warren Fisher there on his backhand. He wasn't far away.
Either hand.
The other thing I'd point
That
out,
bowl's
John,
only that far short if you want to come
as we
under
just
that.
watch this.
It's all good.
Very clear instructions, is those chalk circles, they might look like that's an ample amount of room, but if you do get a bowl within the outer chalk circle, that's pretty close to the jack. The cameras don't really do it justice, do they?
No. No, you're quite right. Anything within there, it's I mean, from jack to the outer ring, it's not a metre, is it? So it's
No.
really a very good bowl to get one in there. So these bowls now that we've seen aren't too bad at all.
I suppose if you look at it, you could put 2 bowls within every circle, so it's 4 bowls from the jack to the outer circle to give it some perspective. That's not very far.
Jackie Oakley now with her first bowl is the number 2 for Masterton Marvels. The score 1-1.
Harlequin.
Yeah, here it goes.
That's a good shot there from Jackie.
Similar
It
bowl.
must be a close measure.
One
I
light.
think so.
Nope, 1 light, he says. So 1 to the Masterton Marvels there from Jackie's Harlequin bowl.
So Arrowtown have lost both their matches today, and Masterton have had a win and a loss. So early start for everyone. They're all getting. Oh, here's another good bowl coming in. Not quite cutting it. That might make it the
centimetre
shot now. The Harlequins bowl.
Of course, each team does play 8 games, John, and out of the 8 wins, if you win 5, you qualify for the final day.
Skip shows a bit of interest. Peter Noble just walking in there to have a look at this. Inside
good
edge on the
result
red,
here.
he'll be happy. Oh no, that's all right though. It's taken that bowl out. So still holding shot, I would say. The blue bowl, or blue stickered bowl, the whitish one. Now, what coloured lollipops have we got there? All white, are they? What's that? How's that going to help us? Or is
maybe white.
Is that if it's a measure, you use a white one, is it?
It could be perhaps white and black. If we look on our scoreboard, we've got the white and the black scoring. Yeah, white and black to match the scoreboard on your screen at the top left. We do have stickers, but I suspect some of the teams have club stickers that they want to.
Right, yeah,
to keep on.
That's cool. Yep, that's fine.
So it matches the scoreboard at the top left of your screen, if anybody's wondering.
Yep, good.
And I don't know what colour we have for a measure, John.
And you won't be able to tell anyway.
No. Here we go. So the arrow for Skip. He's looking just to sit through that white bolt. He's feathered it on the wrong side. Goodness, that was close.
Backhand, do you think?
Yes, I think he is on his backhand. And for Masterton, the Masterton Marvels, just about getting another bowl there or thereabouts. That's wide. And now it must be tempting, I think, for the Arrowtown Force just to remove Jackie's bowl with whatever weight you feel comfortable removing it with, John. You've got second and third.
I wonder if they've even got more than second and third.
Yeah, there's quite a few. You'd want to have a little nibble at it, I think.
Here he goes.
Set it out. Yeah, I realise that, yeah.
So Alan just deciding the weight. He said sit it out, so I don't think we're going to see a full-blooded drive here, John. Just that over draw. So his collision bowl will hang around as well. If he gets this, it's a massive bowl.
Just
he's
going
close.
Undercut, might get the jack.
Willing that to hold. Okay, willing that to swing.
Flick it across. Oh, there. Gets a perfect result out of that.
Well, he had the right bias and he had good weight.
Yep.
And a good head as well.
See, with his foot placement, he uses the left-hand side of the mat no matter which hand he's playing. It's a preference.
Fascinating,
he has to go wide here because the jack has moved quite a bit. Might not come in from out there.
Should be two there, I think, John, on this, the third end. So we're already past the halfway mark.
Yep, two it is.
Two to the Arrow Force. So they're going to go to a 3-1 lead after three ends. Now, the other thing to remember in this format is that you can play one power play over the entire game of 2 sets. And there's many different theories about when the best time to play the power play is. Some people play it in the first set. Some people play it in the second set. Others forget to play it at all.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll just wait and see.
Or play it when there's no point in playing it. Yeah.
Right.
I think we're going to have a yellow card goes up when the skips will hold a yellow card up when they decide to play their power play.
So it doesn't mean we're sending anybody off or telling anyone, putting anyone in trouble. It means they're going to play a power play. Warren Fisher on his backhand. Be wanting to get his team off to a good start. They're 2 down on the fourth end, so they need to score on this end, the Masterton Marvels.
Good, she's remembered that green. Remember one of her earlier bowls on that hand, she was way narrow, almost she was landing, sat on the rink sideline, but she's, you see that that stayed in her memory, just the weight has let her down a wee bit. Now we've got to see whether Warren Fisher can change his. No.
Yeah, not the start that the Masterton team were looking for, the Marvels were looking for here.
almost get the feeling that they all realise this is an important end. Particularly the Master of Marvels. They need to get in here now. The gap's been left open for them by the Jackson husband and wife combination.
Here come the Harlequin bowls, John. How's the weight here from Jackie Oakley?
Yeah.
Oh, just overplayed. Ever so slightly.
So I suppose that covers the 2 metre, because the 2 metre mark does come into play if there's a kill, isn't it?
Yes, that's where it's a respot rule applies to this Bowls3Five.
That's a better
Kelvin.
green from Kelvin.
Yeah, that's a much better bowl. Look at that. Going to move the jack as well, John.
Yeah.
That's a great shot there from Kelvin Jackson. And now, I mean, that's such a hard head to play to if you're Masterton. Peter doesn't seem phased.
No, he's got confidence in Jackie Oakley. I think she's been playing, well, she has been playing quite well. If I believe her, she said, I've been playing really well. So, so I'll just say quiet now. Oh, this is quite good.
That's pretty
there we are.
That's about
Not bad,
right.
eh?
Good
Yeah, let's
shot.
cut it down.
And the Masterton team, they do have to score on this end, so Peter is going to have to find a way to score. We might see aggression with his first bowl, perhaps. In a normal game, you bide your time, but you cannot be 4-1 down, 5-1 down, going into the last end of a Bowls3Five set. So I think we'll see some aggression from Peter if he can. And we just saw the arms flap around in the air a little bit there, so he's obviously been told something.
I see he's got a microphone on, but I couldn't quite pick up what he was saying there. But he, remember that white Harlequin's bowl is on the 2 metre, so if he goes aggressively, then at least he has that covered. But it's a fairly jammed around there, isn't it? We have a look at the jack now and see where it's situated.
Hard shot. What's this going to do? This is just going to be more mud in the eye, perhaps, John.
Yeah.
Well, it's not bad for the Arrow team. I think there is a place where Peter can hit that red bowl, that shot bowl, and remove it without moving the jack. It has to be well played. Jackie, I'm not sure what Jackie was indicating there, actually, John.
I think she's indicating a draw, isn't she?
Looked like it.
Yeah.
Must seem like there's a track on. I know it's a pretty vicious swing. Or perhaps drawing a third shot before you attack it with your last bowl. I don't know. Let's watch.
Oh. Okay. Oh, so they haven't got the 2 metre. Just looking at that that shot there, there's two red bowls. I think they belong to Debbie Jackson, don't they? So he probably hasn't got aggression to play. He's got to draw. See what Alan Bresh does here.
Alan on the backhand. Didn't like it. I honestly think, see that red bowl, John, with the bits of chalk on it that sit at sort of 1 o'clock to the jack. If you get that as square as you can, it might go past the jack without moving it, and Masterton needs to score. I wonder if that is the shot they'll look to play here.
Yeah, that's...
Thank you, Jackie. And the thumbs up from Warren as well, so we're going to see aggression here.
We haven't seen any aggression all day either, have we, in this game? There hasn't been this sort of match for it. So this, to get them back into this game.
He could use a bowl, a low bowl. He could get a really good result here. Just got it square.
That was good weight too. It just needed to come in between those two. He would have seen it quite clearly. And that's a 1 to the Arrow Force.
So they take a 4-1 lead going into this final end. And John, I've got some exciting news for everyone really, and it is that we're going to be joined in the next set by a world champion and a Commonwealth Games gold medalist. I don't know if you know her. Her name's Jo.
Oh, Jo.
She's going to pop in here. Jo someone. I can't. It's not just on the tip of my tongue, but she's going to pop in for the second set and join us in commentary.
Great.
In preparation for
Excellent.
tomorrow, where it'll be you and Jo talking
Excellent.
through the action.
She'll be looking forward to that tomorrow, working with me.
Yes, yeah, that's what I wasn't gonna say it. So 3-point difference here. Now, if Masterton were to play their power play, that means they need to score a 2 with the last bowl to win the set. And they're too late to play it anyway. Look at that from Warren Fisher.
Well, and I don't think they'll need to chalk it because it looked as though it had chalk on the way down, didn't it?
I was going to say that. Looks like it was a pre-chalked bowl. Such was his confidence. And Debbie Jackson just plodding away. She's going to be on the forehand side. So we've seen Warren there. Is that the first bowl we've seen lead off on that other hand, John?
I think so.
It'll be close to it. If you are trying to build for a 3, that's how to do it.
Yeah, and he'll be the little contests that go on, the leads battling each other, only 2 balls each, and he's thinking, right, I've got 1 on you here, so I'm leading this at the moment. I'll put another one on here. Warren Fisher, experienced player from the Masterton Marvels, trailing by 4-1.
There's some wonderful alliteration in that name, the Masterton Marvels. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. That's fantastic. Warren could not have done anything more there. This is a chance. This is a chance to score a 3 or even a 4, John, and snatch the set back. The pressure is just unbelievable in this style of game.
So you get that sort of indecision, don't you? What will we play here? And his skip was obviously, I think, just saying, just draw it. They've got to get 3, and we can still upset this. Play it in there, run the jack back to Debbie.
He's close here. Oh. Well, the good thing about that is it means if Masterton wants to score the 3, they have to get it between the jack and that red bowl, which isn't an easy task. So it's a good shot there, really, from Kelvin, even though he hasn't drawn the shot.
Quite like this line, Alex. He's just going to cut under it.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah,
I think I know it swung, but I think it was probably more, potentially more the weight.
Yes.
Line great.
Kelvin just a little bit wide. Great try. I wonder, the pressure, John. It's interesting here. We've got Masterton 3 down. They're holding 2. I feel like if they can just get a 3rd shot in, imagine the pressure that'll then be on Alan Brash's skip.
Yes. Well, she's just gone up slightly wider, but as she increased her weight, that's the main thing. Yeah, just not a bad position there.
That's good there.
Yeah.
That's a really good bowl because it changes that scoring space, doesn't it? It means if we look where the jack is, if it moves back in the 6 o'clock direction by 3 feet, that's still a 3, whereas before it wasn't. So a good shot really from Jackie and work to do for both the skips.
So we're at the Naenae Bowling Club in the Hutt Valley. This is the first day of 3 of the Summerset Bowls3Five National Championship. Arrow Force from Arrowtown leading the Masterton Marvels. So Arrow Force, the team which won the Central Otago title.
Very deliberate bowler is Ellen.
That didn't turn for a long time, did it?
I think Kelvin said hold for a second.
Yeah.
So it's his fault. Just the different bowls. Never really looked like turning. And a real opportunity here for Peter Noble to make it 3. It's turned around on a dime this game. And all from the leads, isn't it, John? We saw Warren Fisher just go bang, bang, 2 bowls right on the jack. How long's this one holding?
Not long enough. So it's such a good situation for Masterton to be in here, isn't it? They've got two. They've got the target. They can either tickle the jack just a little bit. They can sit in their blue bowls, or they can sit on that red bowl, which is the holding them out of 3. So,
and the danger for the arrow force on the converse side is if they are aggressive, they don't actually have that many thirds and fourths around the place. So if arrow's aggressive here and you chip out your red bowl, that's a nightmare scenario, isn't it? Because you do Masterton's work for them. So it's actually a really hard shot selection to make here for Alan Brash on his backhand.
He's gone wider this time, so not looking to run it this time, looking to maybe just sit in amongst those blue.
Very close. Look at that one, just hoof across the head.
Right. Last bowl now of this set. At the moment, as it stands, it's 4-3.
Yeah. And a 4 is on for Masterton. Play with 3 feet of weight, 4 feet of weight on the backhand side. Exciting times, John.
Big bowl. So here's Peter Noble with the last bowl of this first set. Looking to sit in amongst his blue and tickle the jack slightly. Is he going to? Is he going to get there? They realise that he's a bit light on it. It was a lovely line too. He needed an extra couple of feet or so. And so it is 2 to the Masterton Marvels. And that ends the first set at 4-3 in favour of Arrowtown Force. Well, we're back at the Naenae. Well, we haven't left actually, but we're at the Naenae Bowling Club where we're starting the second set of this match between the Central Otago champions, the Arrow Force from the Arrowtown Bowling Club, against the Wairarapa champions, Masterton Marvels from Masterton, obviously. The first set going to Arrowtown Force by 4-3. The Masterton team just not being able to pick up that third shot, or more preferably a fourth shot on that last bowl. So 4-3 to Arrowtown Force, and the first bowl's coming in now from Debbie Jackson, who's leading for Arrowtown. She already has the shot there, and it's a delight to welcome in Joe Edwards to the commentary. Joe, so such a delight. You'll be watching this with a great deal of interest because I suppose that Nelson representatives are from Stoke, aren't they?
Yeah, hi John. It's good to be here. The Stoke Thunder from the Stoke Club, the two All Bells and Athol.
Yep.
Going to be representing Nelson very well, I hope.
Absolutely, yeah. So you've played a wee bit of Bowls3Five, and as you look at the game and the technique and tactics involved, do you find that it's over so quickly you have to really view it or approach it in a different sort of frame of mind as opposed to the traditional sort of bowls?
Yeah, for sure, but there is still room for patience, and you know, the last end of the first set, you know, they needed 3-4 to win the set, and you know, you still just got to be patient. Obviously the lead, Warren went very, very well to set it up for them, and but you know, the Arrowtown needed to be patient, got a good bowl close, which means that they have to then draw a shot to win the game. So yeah, there is a bit of room for patience, but you definitely don't want to get off to a slow start.
This here is Kelvin Jackson playing at 2 for this Arrowtown team. What I like too, Joe, is that it's the teams aren't full of the big names of bowls. There's lots of names that people wouldn't recognise, but I think that's just indicative of the fact that clubs have got some pretty good players there, haven't they, that might not make representative teams or even further, but they're here in this national title race, and you know, we're seeing some quality play from people that we don't even know.
Yeah, definitely. It gives them all an opportunity, and it's a great thing, you know, to put your club on the map. And you know, even in this Arrowtown team, Calvin Jackson was part of the winning Alexandria Anzac Weekend tournament just a couple of weekends ago. We were lucky to be down there, and you know, so they do get a lot of results in their area that you don't know about. But you know, I assure you, they can all draw a shot.
That's the key to it, isn't it? That lead, it's such an important game for the lead, getting that one close early on.
Oh, first bowl effectiveness, any skip will tell you, you know, a good lead's worth their weight in gold, and it just puts pressure on right from the start, which, you know, as you don't like it yourself, so when you do it, it's an added bonus.
Alan Brash. He's playing at skip for Debbie and Kelvin Jackson.
It does look like a challenging rink. I think we've seen, particularly that ditch side to the right as you look at it. The bowls either hang out or hook across. I expect we'll see the players switch to the other side and favour that for the rest of the set.
Just draw
I think that's also a big key in games, doesn't matter how long they are, is to find the best hand and to find it quickly, and the team that does that generally gets a good start.
So Alan here on his backhand side. Watch for the hook at the end. There we are.
Yeah. So two touches there from the two leads, Debbie Jackson and Warren Fisher. Didn't have to make much of an alteration here. Peter Noble, he wasn't far away with his previous one. So one black lollipop goes up, and that is the Masterton Marvels. As they did in the previous set, they take the first score, 1-0 to them.
Yep. That's what we did in the first one ourselves.
And remembering
Interesting.
in this format, sorry Joe, in this format there's a power play, and we indicated, I think the skips hold up a yellow card. So we must be nearing, I mean, there's only 4 ends left to go, well, 3 ends left to go really. So I would expect to see a power play shortly from one or both of these teams, and that's double points, of course.
I was just going to mention that. It'll be interesting to see when they play it, if they're going to use it as an attacking weapon or a defensive. Yeah. Obviously, Arrowtown can use it a little bit defensively. But same again, you know, you use it attacking, you score a good 2, and that's kind of the set over. So there's 100 different theories on when to play them. It's just
and
how
some
brave
don't.
you are. Yes.
I see the yellow cards are attached to the scoreboard, as you probably noticed. And so the skips hold those up, as Alex mentioned. Yeah, either hand, that's good, because that last bowl of Debbie Jackson's is, you know, it might look as though it's in the road from down the mat, but it's quite a way short.
I think if you're hitting that bowl, you're definitely narrow on that hand. So,
yeah.
It's a good guide.
Still good there, that's only that far short. Coming through to here.
Look at that swoop. So I think it's a hand that rewards taking green, but if you miss it by a foot underneath, it looks like it's going to miss by more at the end of the track, that ditch hand side. That's Jackie Oakley with her white, her Harlequin bowls.
Yeah.
Can't get that wrong.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. That's a really good line, isn't it? That red bowl there gives the bowler on the mat a really good target. Just get around that and you're in there, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good, probably a yard out too. So even if you do hit it, without reckless weight, you shouldn't be hitting it up. Oh,
we'll see now.
Commentator's curse. No, we're okay.
I mean, it also gets it out of the way and opens it up for Brashy.
Oh. probably not a good sign. So then you just go, well, I'm just going for the back, you hope it turns back in enough to cover the 2 metre mark. Nearly. If you're looking for positives.
Still like that side. Just get close.
I know that was a very wide and handsome bowl, but generally in this kind of format, the jack doesn't stay on the centre line too often. So bowls behind the jack are huge in this format.
Yeah, Peter Noble's blowing his cheeks, puffing out, thinking, well, not in a good situation. He's thinking he's got, mind you, what's he got? Do you think he's got 3 there?
So Peter Noble, the Masterton holding 1, 2, 3. So that white bowl at 3 o'clock is the 3rd shot because it looks like it's level. It's not the easiest head to play to if you're Arrowtown because there's nothing that you can use as a shelf really, is there?
I think really he's looking for second shot. Second shots are going to be a huge bowl.
Definitely that power play will be on the minds. I suppose for Arrowtown, if they were to drop a 1 this end, they get last bowl on the next end. That's not a bad time to play a power play because you have the last bowl in your hand.
Oh, he'll be kicking himself a fair bit. He'd been down that far end. He knew what sort of green was required. And unless he was considering a block, he'll be grumpy with himself.
I think Brashy's just been looking for second shot here. Don't drop big numbers. It's the key to the game.
Yeah. Not up, is it?
Second shot. Oh, just short of a gallop. They are big greens here. It's 40 metres by 40 metres on the indoor facility at Naenae. So it does make a slight difference, I suppose, if we're looking for a reason.
Chance to atone here for that previous bowl from Peter Noble. Wanting to get one in here, make it 4. Come on, in you come. His team egging it on. Will it? Will it? Will it? Will it? Will it? Oh, no, not well. That blue bowl's quite short, but I don't think he's beaten that.
Surely we'll see a backhand draw here.
Sounds like they're 4 down.
Yeah.
This is why the skips get paid the big dollars.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe that last bowl did get into the count.
Yeah,
Think
Debbie
so.
said it was 4.
Yeah.
I mean, like Joe said, it is about trying to get you're in damage control here, aren't you, when you're the Aero Force? It's not about scoring the shot. You just sort of drop a one, play a power play, and it's happy days. But it's trying to find the best track in to cut it down, I suppose.
It's always awkward when you've played one down one hand and you think it's blocked, but actually, I mean, it's not. He gets underneath the last bowl that came in. Even if he gets a couple of rolls out of his first bowl, he's going to cut it down. Just, I think sometimes you've got to go with your confidence shot and changing your hand and trying to play a shot to get under the short one, and all of a sudden, you know, negative things go into your head.
Yes.
Please, he's playing the same hand.
He's listening to the commentary.
We advise people not to do that.
Watch us off mute. Oh, Alan's not happy.
That's not a good
happy.
shot. So unless he gets a slide off this red one.
Slice of heaven coming up.
Not
just
quite.
about.
That could have well have come in for second shot if it had got it fine. But we saw Calvin Jackson holding up 4 fingers.
Oh, he's taken the 2 ones that are furthest away.
Yeah.
3. And I think you know, someone should be shouting power play to the Aero Force team just in case they've forgotten, because now would be the time. You have last bowl. It's double points. You won the first set. I can't say it any louder than that, John.
No. Jackie Oakley was grinning. She said, "Come on, you said 4 before. You're not going to concede."
I like it when people put their that's indoor bowls terminology. I like it when they put their bowls duster down on the green and put the bowls that have been conceded onto it. It removes all doubt, doesn't it?
Yes,
it's quite a good habit to get into.
Now, this blue one, that was the one that might cut them out. No, it doesn't.
Right. 4. Massive end.
Here we are. Yeah, it is a massive end, indeed.
Play the power play Aero Force. Doesn't look like they are. Anyone? Okay, they're just biding their time.
Yeah, they are too. That's.
I mean, that would have been a good time. It's okay.
That's only your opinion, though, Alex.
In my humble opinion, and I'm not there.
What would you be doing, Joe?
Bowls.
Oh, look, it's yeah, like I said before, there's so many different theories on these power plays, but you know, it's the start and the end that's such huge, whether you're playing the power play or not. So you know, even if they score here, they're both going to be playing their. Well, they've got 2 ends to go.
Yeah,
they're both going to be playing their power play at a similar time. You know, Arrowtown score a 1 or a 2 here, then it's only a single score will probably win it for them.
I suppose as long as it works, it's right, isn't it? So,
Dead right.
Whatever works. Play it on the first end of the first set and see how you go.
And it'll be an absolute masterpiece if you get a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, people will be singing your praises.
You know, sometimes there is that theory that you play it on the first one. If you do get a 2 or a 3, it sets the game up. And if you don't, you play the game like a normal game.
I quite like it in Bowls3Five, as we just see Warren Fisher here played a really good bowl. Because even better than a really good bowl, that's brilliant. Bowls3Five is played to a similar format, of course, as the BPL, or similar-ish in the fact that it's both 2 sets of 5 ends. But in the BPL, there's a power play per set, whereas in Bowls3Five, there's a power play per game. And I do think it just makes it a little bit more important.
Yeah, it does. I mean, and whether or not you win that first set, you know, the mindset is you've just got to win the second set, whether you win or lose it. So, you know, that power play does, it adds a little bit of head scratching, I do admit. But, you know, it's a good part of the game that adds a little bit of excitement and blows some of the scores out.
I have seen in the Auckland Bowls3Five, I'm sure there was a team that was 10 or 11 up on the last end and dropped a 6 on a power play to lose 12-10 or 12-11. That was quite dramatic.
Yeah, 2 goes at last time. You'll get it this time.
So I think right now Arrowtown are probably pleased that they didn't use their power play.
I knew something
Calvin
I
plays
didn't.
a bomb here.
Yeah.
One spot.
If he stays up on the paddock, it's okay. Something we see a lot of the top bowlers, that's a good bowl, do is they play a shot like that and they don't lose their bowl from the rink. So it's about sort of, I've probably stretched it a bit by saying it's a good bowl because he went quite a way, but you can keep the bowl up when you're reaching through. You still improve the head, and then even in this Bowls3Five, that's helpful because it's such short games, isn't it?
Yeah, and 2 bowl triples, you know, it is so important to keep your bowls on the island. You know, later in the end, they could come into play, so it's really important to pick that weight well and what shot, the weight you're going to play for that shot.
When's it going to turn? It's going for a little walk. Coming back. Well, they've got 2 balls on the 2 metre mark.
And
We haven't seen Alan be aggressive. Do you know, have you played against Alan a little bit, Joe? Is he an aggressive bowler?
I've played against him a bit when he's been leading, so it is interesting to see him skip. But yeah, he's a very, very good draw player, and every kind of shot comes from your draw, so I expect him to have a good weighted shot.
Peter Noble now in a pretty good situation here with Warren Fisher and Jackie Oakley setting it up nicely.
Not covering the back, which proved to be a bit dangerous.
It's sort of like you see in darts a lot. I know it's a sport lots of bowlers watch. If your opponent is on a check out and you leave them, you know, you just like shore up. You're essentially saying to your opposition, I back you to miss here. Yeah. And that can be a dangerous thing to say.
Oh, gee.
Oh. Well, they've got 3 balls on the 2 metre mark now. And you think maybe there'll be a cover bowl here?
You would hope so, wouldn't you? Yes, I could see Jackie Oakley just through the window here. She's indicating, something around here would be quite nice.
Don't think she could have been any more clear.
No.
He's not going to be able to cover the actual spot, but he could cover the 4th bowl at the back counting.
She's given it 2 claps.
Here, is he?
That's a beautiful shot.
What
couldn't have played that any better. He's actually covered the spot, Joe.
Cover the spot.
I think he has covered the 2, hasn't he? The spot. Couldn't have asked for better.
So I think if it kills, it comes up the green an inch or so, if it's right on the spot.
Alan's going to have a go here and pray that his collision bowl follows through square. On the backhand, he's close here. He's very close.
He's very
square,
close.
and watch the collision bowl. Watch the collision bowl. Yeah, square and cannon it off.
What a shot.
Oh, very good. Look at the face of Peter Noble there.
Beautiful bowl.
4 down.
Wow, what a shot.
Imagine if they played a power play. What a great shot that was.
Oh, I'd like to see that again if we can, because they were 4 down, weren't they? Or at least 3 down.
4 down.
And Peter Noble had put one in amongst that group on the 2 metre. So it was the perfect bowl.
But an absolute brilliant shot.
Warren.
And a great result. I mean, to get that the back bowl off too, that's what dreams are made of.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting it square. I think Warren's playing his power play. Oh, and we've got one from both. 2 power
Both
plays
are.
now.
Yeah, well.
They've remembered. This is good. Exciting times. Essentially, whoever scores wins. It's just letting us know we've got a power play going on.
Didn't do work.
So look at that score there, playing the fourth end. It's 5-4 to the Masterton Marvels.
All right.
Could easily have been 8-4, 8-1, or 8-0 in fact. But outstanding bowl. Here it goes again.
We get to see it
Joe,
now. Watch the collision bowl, because that's what did the end of the collision bowl. That's what did the work, because Peter couldn't have played a better bowl. Peter Noble literally drew a shot to the 2 metre mark. And Alan Brash killed the jack, and his collision bowl followed through absolutely square, cannoned the 2 metre marked bowl of Peter Noble out, and 4 shots it was. Unbelievable stuff.
Debbie Jackson persisting on this hand as she has done. Sitting on that, she'll be quite happy because she's got a bit of weight on, didn't quite.
Debbie Jackson, part of the winning intercentre team last season.
Oh, well.
In the Central Otago team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we will see a winner here, won't we? Because it's impossible for 1 point to be scored with the power play.
This is only the fourth end, isn't it?
Oh.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it is. Okay. Sorry, team. I'm just getting a bit excitable. It's like I can't even blame a lack of coffee or a late night.
You're allowed one mistake, Alex.
Oh, it's early to make it.
So, Kelvin Jackson was putting one way down by a skip's feet. So both teams power play in this end. 5-4 the score. Arrow Force won the first set 4-3. She'll be annoyed. That was a really good track, wasn't it?
Kelvin really needs to draw one close here. Don't really want to be dropping a 2 or 3 here. It's set over. Great shot, Kelvin.
Yeah, what a bowl.
Good correction, eh?
Becky on her forehand. Just underneath the line.
Good ball.
It's always nice to hear the acknowledgement as the skips cross over. Kelvin just very subtle, good ball. Trashy.
That's all you can say. Gets the point across.
I think that is quite a compliment from Kelvin.
Here we go. So back to the draw now after a run, or 2 drives really. Cool as a cucumber is Alan Brash. And he can't be far away here if it holds long enough. We know this hand is pretty vicious once it starts to turn. And there it goes.
Backdoor job.
Yep. They all count. Noble have played such a Superb bowl with his last second bowl going the other way, and then had a look of horror on his face as he saw that being knocked out and him dropping a 4. He couldn't have done any better than he did. So now he's in a situation, they're both playing a power play, using their power play. 5-4, the team in blue, the Masterton Marvels in front, looking to win this and force the tiebreak. 1 end to go.
On the backhand.
Go.
Go, he says.
Shot. Very good shot.
Oh, yeah.
Debbie Jackson taking some deep breaths.
Yes, I'll
in
say.
the background.
She doesn't give much away. I've been watching her throughout. There's no facial expression change, no sign of anxiety at all until now.
Looking to make it 2, which would be 4.
Got to come through that hole. You didn't have the weight. Both bowls a couple of metres short, 1.5 metres short. So there we go. 3 it is.
6.
So 6.
Which doubles up.
So
Yep.
that's a lot.
It's the game.
Just like that, isn't it? Isn't it incredible how fast this can just change around?
So Debbie Jackson will be quite relieved to be putting the mat down and knowing that the score has altered dramatically over these 2 ends. The use of the power play, it favoured them, double points for that. They picked up a 3, and so they get 6 points out of that, moving from 4-5 down to 10-5 in front.
You just feel like the momentum that they were on after that last bowl of Allen's for the 4. It just felt like they were going to win that end. 10-5 up now, so it's possible for Masterton to score a 6, but you're asking for 6 very effective bowls and for the Arrow Force to have a nightmare end. But stranger things have happened, so let's see how it develops. Warren Fisher.
I was going to say this is one of them, but it's not quite. I thought he was going to sit that shot, but
Same again.
Talk about with this power play that if you can win your own power play and defend your opposition's, a long way to winning the game. But the Arrowtown team did it all in one end.
Yeah. Multitaskers. And Warren now. So if they're going to score a 6, the jack needs to be moved after Warren's first bowl because it's to the back left. You can see it there. Oh, 6 isn't. That's going to be challenging. Because usually, if you play with your first bowl, wherever it finishes is sort of where you try build your 6 to happen. But now the 6 has to sort of count those 2 blue bowls, the one that's to the left and the one that's to the right of your screen. I don't know. Do you have any ideas? Can you get a 6 here?
Yes, it's looking unlikely.
yep. Especially with this one now coming in.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, straight away it takes the wing blue bowl out of contention, and unfortunately you can't even kill it and start again in this format.
Slightly more relaxed Kelvin Jackson down there at the moment. Here comes Jackie Oakley with her first.
Great position to be in after, the first 2 or 3 ends of the set. You wouldn't have picked this.
Yeah, 5-0 down after 2, and then on that third end, down by 3 on the head, I think 3, maybe 4, and then to pull off a perler of a shot which gave them a 4, and then using their double pointer to get up to 10-5. Gosh, a big reversal.
They certainly say it's not how many the skips play, it's when you play them, and Brashy certainly stood up. Pretty much set over if he hadn't got that.
Yep.
Same spot, it cuts all the time there with that weight.
Just that tricky hand. Now, it'll be interesting to see because this is the TV rank for the duration. And I would expect the teams that are going to be on the broadcast rank will be watching these games. I wonder if we will see a shift day. The teams will just start off and instead of trialling that ditch hand, they just all play the side to the right as we see it.
Yeah, it's a pity though, isn't it, if one hand is proving awkward, but you know, it happens, doesn't it, in many rinks, whether they're artificial indoors or grass or live greens.
Yeah, I don't think you're right to hand off just yet. Obviously, you know, different bowls, different deliveries, left, right-handed, all plays a part in a line. And you know, you've still got to, you get your trial ends. I think you've still got to try down there because there will be times where you may need to play down there. But yeah, don't write it off just yet.
That's good stuff.
Yep. Here's Peter Noble. Just they'd be delightful if he just ripped that jack back and they're sitting there with 4 or something and he says, oh, if only, you know. Now what happens, the points differential on that come into this, or is it just win and loss? Alex, I don't know. You know, when it comes to sorting out finals?
Yeah, I know it's, whatever I said, it was 5 games to qualify, so it's probably important just to keep
it is, yeah, straight 5, yes.
Differential as close as you can.
Yep.
Just for your own sort of satisfaction, if nothing else. You know, it's not fun to be just throwing away bowls.
No.
So this last bowl here of this match.
Shot differential, I think, is pretty important. You know, those last couple of qualifiers that go through. Yeah, it is pretty important.
Oh. I thought he'd kicked the ball, but I think he hit it.
Yeah,
it's okay.
He did hit it. So that looks like another 2 to Arrow Force on that end. And this match ends at 12 to 5 in favour of Arrow Force, having won the first set by 4 to 3. So very good win there by Arrow Force. A mixture of bit of luck and some great shots. One particularly great shot that we saw came in from Brashy, Alan Brash, and that's sewed it up really for Arrowtown Force. So we'll have a look at some highlights in this match. Arrowtown Force against Masterton Marvels, and then you'll be back with us for the second of our live games later today.
Yep, very good. Good. Very good.
is a continuation of the Summerset Bowls3Five National Finals. Over 3 days, we've already had one live session here today, and now we're seeing the second match, which features the team from Murchison and the team from Takaro. So the Murchison Buller representatives, as you see there, Janice Penman, Warwick Whale and Robin Hodgkinson. That's the Murchison team. Robin Hodgkinson is the lead, and Warwick will play 2, and Janice Penman will be the skip. And for Takaro, representing Manawatu, the lead here is Carla Rowan. Alan Burton is at 2, and Pat Horgan is their skip. So the match just starting now. Remember, it's 2 sets of 5 ends, a tiebreaker if need be. And teams do have the ability to play the power play. So Alex Reid is with me again. And Alex, we've seen in that first match earlier today that some players tended to just favour one hand more than the other. We'll see whether, in fact, in this game, the same is the case. Because even though it's indoors, sometimes the greens, the rinks do change just a little bit.
It'll be interesting. Joe made a good point. So the hand that the players seem to struggle with the most is the ditch side, because it's got quite a big swing on it. So if you were narrow, you get punished. But we had Joe Edwards on in the commentary in the last game. She said, well, you know, there's left-handed, right-handed people with different bowls. So it'll be interesting. It will be interesting to see if anyone does give it a go. You can certainly play a good bowl on either hand. And it was a great game too, by the way, that we watched first up, John, with some really good bowls. It's a good start, hopefully an indication of what's to come.
I did ask, so who's got the pink bowls? And, you know, expecting one of the women to say it's mine, but in fact it's Warwick from Murchison. He just
Warwick
laughed.
Whale.
He's a bit of a character. He said, if Gary Lawson can play with pink bowls, so can I. So there you go. Alan Burton.
Oh, here, Bundy.
There's the voice there of Pat Horgan, who's the skip for Takaro. He's been around a while and continues to remain enthusiastic about the sport.
Very, very good bowler. He's won the Player of the Year for Bowls 102 a few times.
Nice correction here from the number 2 for Murchison.
I think you can arrive on that, mate. You're coming through. Out for him.
Good clear instructions. Just sit on that pink, that'll be fine. Inside edge on that, don't wick that in any further, no. So now the leads and seconds come down, and it's up to the skips now. The skips here, as I've mentioned, Pat Horgan. And for Murchison, it's Janice Penman. She's the most experienced of this trio. Incidentally, Alex, they all have their birthday in June, the Murchison team, and they're all the same age. So,
Really?
Yeah, all June.
That's a good month.
Yeah, yeah.
Good vintage, you could say.
That's right.
So Janice here, the skip for Murchison.
Well, even if it sits, well, that's good. It's the second shot for them.
Yeah. Interesting, I'm sure, has he always used the walking stick as a stabiliser, John?
No, I was going to ask him about that, but
I don't think so. I think that must be a new addition.
bowls expert out in the out there with his computer, and as I said, so you know all these guys, and he said, oh, your Bones is playing it too, and you know. So I'm sure he'll let us know. Here we are, Janice Penman
on the forehand. Murchison, did the Murchison, have they come up with a nickname? If they haven't, I think maybe that can be we can figure out a nickname for them, John, before the end of this game. I think I like the alliteration. I like the ones that have alliteration in them, so it needs to be another.
Yeah, so we've got the Marvels, a couple of Marvels there, aren't there? So
yeah, we've got Marvels and Mavericks already have been taken. Just let us mull over that for a while.
Yes, I think Magicians might come into it. Murchison. We'll have a think about that. I'm sure there'll be some text coming in.
Nathan Arledge there indicating two to Murchison on this first end. Yeah,
a fair bit of room there to get to the jack on that end, and they'll be happy with that to claim a couple. I want to get a close-up of Carla's fingernails too, when she's leading. Carla has got these lovely painted nails, designer nails. I started to ask her about bowls, and then I saw her nails, and I said, okay, where do you get those done? And she said, oh, I get those done from Fabulous Nails in Palmerston North. They almost match my bowls, she said, but
I don't have enough fingernails for any painting to go on, John.
Yes.
It must be, is she a newer bowler, do you know?
I think they've all been playing a while.
From the Takado Club. It's a multi-sport club, isn't it, the Takado Club? I think they've got table tennis there as well.
And
indoor
really
bowls,
progressive club
outdoor.
too, yeah. There's Robin Hodgkinson, he's only into his fourth year, or third year in fact. And Warwick Wiles played 1 year more, so there, as they both said, we're just learning the trade. It's not
what
bad,
a great
though.
opportunity to come to this national event. Very focused, isn't she?
Yep. It's an interesting delivery, isn't it? Gets it away quite well and then sits back on her haunches almost as she watches it go, just briefly. Lucky she can get up. Some people couldn't get up from that position.
I was just thinking that I'd be struggling.
She's drawing the shot though. Yep. Looks a good track of his weight's okay from Warwick Weil.
What a lovely bowl.
Yeah.
That pink bowl. Sitting into the head. So using the chalk marks, you'd think he's just drawn the shot there at 12 o'clock.
I think so. Yep. Got the two covered there. Just reminding you that the 2 metre spot comes into play if the end is killed. That is, if the jack goes out of play, then it is respotted on that particular mark. And so Takaro, Alan Burton has got one pretty much on up there, the dark blue one. He's
we
got
saw
the same
that
line
used
again.
Oh yes, he does. Down to the weight. That's beautiful stuff. Look at that little snick of the jack as well. Not quite. Good bowl anyway. But the 2 metre mark you're talking about, John, on the previous game, I'd encourage our viewers, if you've just tuned in on our Facebook page, there's a little clip, a highlight, where that 2 metre mark really was used to its best by the Arrowtown team. Amazing shot he played for 4. Cannoned through the head. And the Jack got respotted for 4. Beautiful shot.
Change of hand here for Burton. It was an extraordinary shot. It was the absolute change in the game, wasn't it?
Well, they were 5-0 down at that point, John, and they were looking in all sorts of trouble on the head, and he just went bang, and they never looked back, really.
Yep. Oops, so you can see our lunch menu being devoured in the background there, Alex, can you?
It's making me hungry. As I sip on I've got a Yorkshire tea. I tried the Yorkshire black tea bags, John, so I've got 2 of them in a thermos, and it's quite pleasant. I've quite enjoyed it.
Doesn't sound quite as good as what we're seeing eaten there, though.
Well, yeah, that wasn't my point. You know,
I see. Good.
Here we go. Janice on the forehand. Sorry.
I've just heard from Carla. She's yelled through the window. 5 years. That's what I've been playing.
5 years, I agree.
Yeah. So someone's watching. Otherwise, how did she get that message? There she is, standing to the side of the camera, watching her skip, Pat Horgan now.
Oh, he's not happy with that one. I think the moment he let it go a bit funny, didn't he? It's one of those bowls, just sort of gets away from you a little bit. Murchison scoring 2 on the first end.
It's a wider arc than what we saw from Warwick Whale, her 2. But it's finishing well, isn't it? That's finishing well if she can get it up. And she's going to be just a bit shy on weight. Otherwise, that was the perfect line for her. So holding a couple. Here's the last bowl of this end. Comes from Pat Horgan. He'd be a bit happier with this if he's up here.
Carla, fair enough.
What a great shot. Absolutely what was required there. Pat Horgan sits the shot and stays. To enormous encouragement from Carla Rowan. And rather than being 2 down when they pick the jack up, they're in fact 1 up.
The first one, mate. It went on to your jack.
We should have had a mic on Carla, I think, because that was brilliant commentary from her. She called it about halfway up that it was perfect.
Yep. No, she didn't need a microphone because she's loud enough and it was leaking through my microphone over here.
Oh, great stuff.
That's good. So 2-1 Murchison lead. This is the 3rd end of this first set. Murchison against Takaro. Murchison of Buller.
First Murchison. So Murchison is in the South Island, obviously, John.
Yes. Yeah.
Have you been through Murchison?
Yes, I have.
In your travels?
Yes, and in fact, when I spoke with Robin Hodgkinson and the team, I said, "Are you all Murchison locals? Have you, sort of lived there most of your life?" The 2 of them have. Janice and Warwick have, but Robin said, "No, I shifted in there only a matter of 4 or 5 years ago." And I said, "Oh, where from?" And he said, Harry. And so that'll get you going, Alex. You are now searching for that, aren't you?
Well,
and I said,
I knew where Murchison was, but...
Yep. I said to him, well, I stayed in Harry when I went down to the Nationals at Central Otago the previous year, not this last season. Stayed there in the motel. I think there's just one motel. There's a pub across the road, which was very encouraging. Good meals there, and spent a lovely night in Harry as we then moved on to places like Haast and Franz Josef, and so down that west coast. It's a delightful trip if you've never done it and you do get the time. Whip through those places. It's a real great part of New Zealand. So he moved from Harry to Murchison. Not a great distance, and
to a thriving metropolis from a smaller place, really.
Yeah.
Got Alan Burton. All I knew from Murchison was there was an earthquake there just about a century ago.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sure, having driven through, you can still see sort of that made a pretty big scar on the landscape.
And there are lots of memorials on the west coast because they've had, lots of tragedies, coal mining disasters, as you talk about earthquakes, and you know, it was often referred to as, you know, the hardy breed on the coast because the weather was rugged and the work they did, gold mining, coal mining, all that sort of thing was tough. But of course, now we hear how wonderful the weather is on the west coast of the South Island, and I heard something the other day where, you know, the Met Surface was saying, you know, it's been the most pleasant conditions over the last 6 months of anywhere in the country. So there you go. Just a bit of wiping of the chalk marks off, or spray marks off those pink bowls. So, well, we've been chatting away.
Right,
Carla Rowan from Takaro has grabbed the shot with that dark bowl. Rather than using her voice, she just, that's Janice, just indicates with the rag, which is just as effective as trying to scream out to someone down the other end.
Does the same
when you
trick.
get to a certain age and your hearing's not great.
So there's Warwick Whale on the back end.
Hey,
Well, something just happened there between Pat and his team. I think he gave them a couple of words of wisdom. I'm not sure what it was. I heard bank.
Yeah. He was wiping his brow too after his first shot on that previous end, which was a shocker. And then he pulled out, he corrected everything next up and drew the shot.
On his back end here, see the black stickers of the Takaro team. Good weight, but just holding.
So it's just one. See a marker over the far side there. Here's the orange of Janice coming in. Just trying to, with that sort of weight, just dislodge that shot, wasn't she? I think Carla might start calling this in shortly as she gets the feather off. Oh, I thought it was just going to get that feather, which would have been a top shot.
Exciting moment.
Yeah. Last bowl of this end, the third end, and it's 2-1 to Murchison, and Takaro a holding shot. Not a mile away, is it?
Forehand. She's got a bowl to use. If it holds long enough, she's got a bowl to use, John. Oh,
Oof.
there's fresh air.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
One under measure. Oh no, what are we doing? Just getting...
I thought she was measuring as well.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
It's black stickers going on. That's all good. It's for the Takaro team. Just so we can see the difference. And the measure, there's the measure. That looks more like it. I've always found, you know, see the measure he's using, it's got that dial on the middle, which is to keep track of your ends and points. I've never ever seen them used. That's just sort of a nice affectation, but I've never seen it actually put into place, John.
I've got a measure like that and I haven't even noticed it.
Well, there you go. When you get home, have a look.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a dial on the inside for the ends and the outside for the points or something.
Is that what it is? Ah, I mean, I've noticed a sort of dial-y thing there, but I don't have to use my measure very often. So we had a couple there to Takaro. 3-2, they now lead.
And Carla on the forehand with her first one.
I think we should determine, Alex, as we watch her, the longer she stays down on her knees, the more she likes the ball.
Yeah, and that was very good.
Yep.
Good. Sort of sits back and watches it.
Yep.
You see this one?
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, good reply, says Pat. And it is, look at that.
Yep, that's
Lovely
a shot.
start. So those two bowls, I know they're within, the circles look like they're quite a distance away. Those two bowls are within a foot of the jack.
Just looking at the footwear there, Alex, you're looking at Robin's shoes, you would say, well, they're not Bowls shoes, and the traditional sort of, you know, white or smooth flat soles are now a thing of the past, aren't they? You've got to have, you can't have heels, and you don't want big ridges or anything on your shoes, obviously, but a bit more forgiving now or flexible in the requirements for footwear.
They are, though I played an event at Auckland maybe a month or so ago, John, as we watched this bowl come in. Not bad, and I've got a set of brown shoes, brown greens shoes with a Z on the end that I use for rep bowls as well.
Yep.
Everyone will know them if they've seen them. Are like very brown, very flat sole. They were popular in the 80s and 90s, and I inherited them.
I put a pair in the rubbish bin the other day, actually.
It's exactly like that. I thought, I'll wear them to outdoor because they're quite a comfortable shoe. And someone came up to me and quite seriously said, did you understand that they have date stamps for shoes now? I think yours are out of date. We both agreed that there wasn't. So I thought that was quite good. Maybe not a bad idea.
Warwick, well, after pinging a couple of really good bowls on the first end, he's put one out of the rink. Goes into this skip of the Paikakariki team picking it up from in the next rink. We see the Kapiti champions representatives playing late tomorrow. This is a tidy looking bowl.
That's a lovely shot there from Alan Burton. I see Warwick, he'll be looking to make amends for his first one. Oh, that was nice delivery. It came out good. And look at that much nicer green there on the back end.
Much better green. Much better bowl all round. He's going to play the same shot as the previous bowler. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Shot.
Yeah.
So they should be holding one. That bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack is the Murchison bowl.
Yes,
I like the Murchison Magicians.
Yeah.
I think that's a good one. It's a good amount of alliteration, a lot of syllables at the end as well, easy to remember. The Magicians holding one at the moment on the crossover and trailing 2-3 on this, the fourth end.
Although we talked about Murchison or the coast in general being, you know, gold mining and coal mining, so maybe the Murchison miners might be an option.
Another M word.
Yeah.
We'll see how they go in this game, John. If we see, I'm sure they'll play some magic bowls, and that'll suit it nicely.
Yes.
Look at this here from Pat. Carla, full of enthusiasm here. See that black stickered bowl.
What's a weight like? Because that line's very good.
Brilliant.
Oh, very good.
Brilliant.
Sit. Yep.
Oh, it doesn't get better than that. Look at that. Two great bowls within a foot of the jack. All sorts of pressure now on Pat Horgan on his backhand side. Let it go pretty good.
Their friends who are texting her are going to say, look, we're seeing a lot of your butt.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, might be.
I think he's done it.
Yep.
One down, says Murchison. What a great shot there from Pat Horgan and Nathan Arledge, indicating it as well. One to the Takaro Tuis.
We push that one up. Not quite, no. So a single there after the fourth end. Or is the tape coming out again? I think it is.
Oh, maybe it's more in hope than anything else. It certainly looks like one to that blue bowl that sits at 7 o'clock. There we go. Oh, one to white.
Yeah. That's worth a measure, wasn't it?
Yeah. Fair cool. That's got to be a little bit disappointing for the Takado team, who would have been expecting 1 point. And not to be. So all square now, John. On end 4, the penultimate end. There's not been a skerrick of a power play yet, so we'll be waiting until the second set for that, you would think. Oh, the fifth end, sorry. Just a delay there in the setting of the scoreboard. As I was saying the words, it didn't sound right.
No, that's right. I was looking at my scoreboard thinking, oh, I've messed something up here. No, that's cool. Nice little toucher there from Hodgkinson. So I don't know what the results of Takaro have been, but certainly Murchison have only they've played one and they lost that. She's staying down a long time, so let's see if our theory is correct.
Good effort.
She got the good effort call. That's always encouraging. But in there is that hidden meaning, isn't there, Alex?
Yeah.
Good effort.
Yeah.
But
well, you tell them what's right. So, good weight or good green.
Yep.
Instead of going bad weight or bad green, you go, your weight was good, which means fix your green next time. Well, your green was good, which means fix your weight next time. We should do I reckon there could be a book written about your skip, the translation of a skip's sayings, John. That would be a good seller, I think.
Nice line again.
There are Horgan saying, nice line again, and it is a nice line, but he's possibly just thinking, because skips can tell from a long way out, can't they? Most of them say she's going to be half a metre over, or she's, she's doing a wee low 5 out the back because they're in a good position, those two bowls. Here we are, Pinky now.
Oh, that's on a good track too.
I agree.
Look at this.
Yep, Janice is just applauding here.
Great stuff from the Murchison Maverick. Is that another one?
Ooh,
The Mavericks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's too many names we could give them, John.
Well, there'll be Bowls fans from Murchison area watching this, or from the West Coast, from Buller. That's where they represent.
Well, apparently we already have the Mavericks.
So he picked up the wrong bowl. So you have a look down there, 4 bowls there, and they all look exactly the same.
I thought they might be the same
clubs, yeah, but from the same team.
From the same set.
And I
but
think
they must be same colour.
That's what Pat's using, I think, isn't it? That blue-black thing.
He'll be disappointed with that bowl, though, will Alan Burton.
Should have used the other bowl.
I wasn't going to say it. No, it's Warwick Wales' turn again. He's got that beautiful bowl at 6 o'clock, looking to join it with another. Although in this Bowls3Five format, you might be wise just to have one back to the 2 metre mark. Or short. It could be a block, I suppose.
Well, notice he bounced it a bit too as it went, and that always takes weight off. But that might be his style. So, big change in green required here from Alan Burton.
Was a better bowl. Could get a little slide. Oh, got a little one.
So the two skips, Janice Penman and Pat Horgan, walk down to the mat now. They're playing the 5th and final end of this first set, and it's 3-all on the board.
It's going to come down to Pat Horgan. If the Takaro Tuis have an ambition of winning this set, he's going to need to play a good bowl or two.
But first up, Janice Penman playing on the backhand.
Been impressed with their, what's the word? It's not good for a commentator, is it? I've been impressed with how put together the Murchison team are, John. They're just sort of going about their business. You know, it's a game that's broadcast on national television, and I would hazard a guess that the Murchison team haven't been broadcast on national television before, but you can't tell. They're just getting on with their job, aren't they?
Yes, indeed.
On the forehand, he says.
That's concentration, isn't it? Checking that line, bringing his eyes back from the line to his spot where he's going to rest his eyes before delivering.
No wait.
Gosh, it's interesting. It's 3 really short bowls, all getting the line really reasonably well. So, righto, Janice, what can you do now? Changing your hand.
Yeah, she wanted to not make it easier, is what you're thinking. If you're Janice, you think, how do I make it more difficult for you, Pat? So she's playing on her forehand side. Could come off the bank at quite an angle here.
Yeah.
That's good. She hasn't made it an easier shot, so that's fine for the Murchison team. And Pat now, simple equation, isn't it? You've got a little bit of room to draw. If you do, you win the set.
So by an easier shot, you were meaning that if she'd put something a bit closer, then it would give Horgan something to play off or use.
That's right, yeah.
Well, this is a bowl that he would like to take back. So it is 1 shot there, I think, two in fact. I can see 2 lollipops up there to the Murchison team, and they take that first set in this match against Takaro of Manawatu, Murchison representing Buller, and it's 5-3. We go into the second set, laying the mat down there. Robin Hodgkinson of Murchison, ready to start.
And a good start there from the Murchison team, really. They've just sort of got themselves into a nice rhythm. I think deserved to win that set 5-3. It was close, but they've just sort of been quite steady, and we see now this 5th-year player, Carla. And she's down and up. So because she's up so quickly, we think that means it's not close.
I think she might not have any system here.
Okay, so now they're falling apart.
Yeah,
look at that.
Bit over, but that's a pretty good bowl first up.
Very good first bowl. And that's Robin Hodgkinson.
He had to add a couple of metres, and if he has done, then you can see Janice waving it in, get in, get in, get in. That'll probably be the shot there, though.
Nathan Arledge in the background. He's playing this weekend for the Mount Maunganui. I think they called themselves the Megalodons, which is quite a dramatic. It's a really dramatic name. But he must be on one of his little buy rounds. So Nathan Arledge, the lollipop man. As we see Carla look to make a correction.
And we don't want nicknames that we can't spell. So what are the Mount Maunganui
Megalodon. I think it's that big shark, isn't it?
Oh.
The Megalodon, like a massive shark. I don't know. I would have gone for something. Steve Beale probably came up with the name. I would have gone for something more simple.
That's more than 1 syllable.
That's the problem. I won't tell him you said that.
He'll be listening.
Warwick on the forehand. He's just sort of lets it go with that little bit of a dump sometimes, and
and that's what killed us.
Make it.
Yeah, killed his weight in the previous end. He played 1 perler, and then that bit of a bounce. Alan Burton looking to get something close. Track between those two bowls. Nice big gap there. If he can come into this, he's played a good bowl. Sits out the shot. Yep, that's it.
On the forehand. He's given that one a better chance, John. Just depends how much it's going to come back.
I think they're a drawing sort of ball. Yeah, this is drawing well, isn't it? Come on, give me another 6 inches.
Lovely
Thank you
shot.
very much. Yeah, good shot. What a good correction, eh? And Janice gives him some deserved applause there. Having won the first by 5-3 against Takaro.
I don't know whether you'll hold, but we'll find out.
I like that from Pat.
Yeah,
I don't know if you'll hold, but we'll find out. And he
did
has.
hold.
He's got the jack.
Gosh. And suddenly
Goodness
that first bowl of
gracious me.
Carla Rowan's comes into play, I think. Yeah, there she is.
What
They're
a
both
shot that
high-fiving.
was. I didn't want to call it, John, because I never knew whether it was going to get around the front bowl. And I didn't know if it was going to get the jack, but he's
No.
done it. I wonder if we could see a replay of that. Be interesting. It was such a fine margin, but what a great shot that was from Alan Burton, the two for the Takaro Tuis. Here we go. Let's watch this replay. Around the front one, that was, oh my goodness gracious me.
And down at the mat, he wouldn't have been able to see much, would he? You know,
No.
the gap that it went through, it would be hardly visible to him. So he's relying on his skip's direction. And when you get someone like Pat Horgan saying, oh, I don't know whether you'll hold, but he did.
Beautiful stuff. He'll be happy with that. I see Alan Burton peering over the shoulder of our scorekeeper just to make sure he's got everything right.
Oh, need to be up, Janice. Or she will be if she gets a slide off that. That might be interesting. No, not quite. That's an oh, well, it probably...
Lots
the
of
pink
things
going to get
moved.
knocked up for second, maybe? Not quite. So I think Murchison might have second and third there. Alex, do you think? The pink one and that purple one, which is Hodgkinson's? Maybe not. Doesn't matter anyway. It's getting that shot.
Well, there's room, but it's also very blocked up, isn't it?
Yeah, she has to get the green perfect, doesn't she? Otherwise she will get caught
Yeah.
up. Well, you know, and she's gone really wide here.
Wide.
Let's see
Sometimes
what
when-
happens. Gets around the
Sure.
pink. She might actually come in here. No,
Not to be.
no, need to be
Let's
inside the
see
pink
this
would have been
roll.
fine.
Look at that.
Would I have been okay?
I don't mind under or over, get the result.
It's just about being in the area here, isn't it, for Pat?
Yeah, plenty of room. Oh, he's not going to get around.
Oh, he's trying. Pat will be really disappointed with that because there was plenty of room to add a bonus, wasn't there, John?
Yeah.
And he's a good enough bowler. He would have expected himself to add a second shot. They can be so important in these Bowls3Five matches, but one in the end going to the Takaro Tuis on this first end of the second set.
Well, she stayed down but grimaced.
Yeah.
Let's see. She's still down there watching this one, and she's hoping
there we
that
go.
she judged it. Her judgment was not right. She was grimacing a bit, and she wanted another metre and a little less green. At least she stayed down, watched it all the way, and that's so important, isn't it, Alex? Don't turn your back, even if you think it's a bad one, because somehow something goes into your brain and is in the memory there, and the muscle memory and all that sort of thing, and you think, oh, now what happened to that last one?
Absolutely. You learn something from every bowl that's played, whether it be your bowl or the opposition's. If you just watch them go up the rink, sometimes you can find a straightener that you didn't know was there, or see a track. She's just watching this one, Carla. Can't be far away. You're just going to clear it.
We'll
that'll
just look
do.
it up. That's cool. Gentleman in the check shirt over there, just checking his phone, is Guy Ditson, who was the Kapiti Bowls Centre CEO or president or something a wee while ago. He's down watching and supporting the Kapiti representatives as we see that second bowl from Hodgkinson, a bit spread out there from Robin. Here's the man who played the really good shot on that last end.
Alan Burton.
He's turned his back on that, so he said, I don't need to see my bowls finish. I know exactly where they're going and what I did wrong.
Well, when he let that one go, I suspect. These pink bowls here. Especially a bowl from the other rink sort of move at some pace.
Yeah.
Pink bowl of Warwick's on the back end.
Let it go, bud. Let it go.
Let it go. That's a song, isn't it, John?
Yeah. Or let it be.
Well, it's a better one than the Let It Go. It's semantics, I suppose. Came out quite smooth there for Alan.
Looking good, mate.
When's it going to turn? That's the question.
Happy with this one, buddy.
You'll be happy with this one, buddy, says Pat Horgan. Well, it'll be happier than the first bowl, I suppose.
What's he like this time? These bowls we've seen have turned quite a bit. Oh, if his weight's up, he's great. If his weight's up, he's done it. The beer tape comes out of if that's where it remains.
Yeah, I won't call it. He's either drawn the shot or he hasn't, and that's as much as I'm willing to say. Just watch Nathan Arledge on the right of your screen. He's the lollipop person. Make a call, Nathan. Cool. So that means it's close, John. That's what we can ascertain from that. So we don't know who's got the shot. Pat Horgan anyway on the forehand side. So you play it like you're down if you're not sure. That's a lovely line. Oh, just gone for a little walk. And back.
Yeah, noticeable. Good hand to play this, isn't it? If she can push up the pink bowl, or if she just draws it herself.
Very close. She's got it.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, that spun around and went back again. Probably in a worse position than it was. It might have been a measure and now it's not.
Oh, that's unlucky from Janice. She couldn't have played that much better. At least they're smiling about it, John, but that was unlucky.
Yep.
She was literally maybe half a centimetre too wide. So it just made it run around on its bowling surface.
Watch this about here to see whether it straightens again. Yeah, it's just a wee deviation. So pretty much the same bowl he's played.
Janice on the backhand again.
Gosh,
I mean, she plays this same bowl, eh?
Yeah, it doesn't need to change anything if that's at all possible. Oh, too heavy. Just a fraction. Oh, gosh.
And we're going to see one to Takaro, I think. But that was two well-played bowls from Janice. Yep. Now, just keep an eye out. I'm sure the power play must be coming up soon. I keep thinking I'm going to miss it, John. So I'm trying to
we're
pay
just
attention.
down the other end. We'll see the orange flag or yellow flag being waved down by Janice. So,
there we go.
Responded to by the lead as well. So, power play for Murchison on the third end of the second set.
That means, of course, double points if they score.
First bowl of this third end, with Takaro leading 2-0 after having lost the first set.
See, Robin.
Yeah, it's just weight, isn't it? Because the line was pretty near spot on. Just asking a bit from out there. It's a fine line, as we know, isn't it, between ideal weight, hanging wide, or, as we've seen here, if you're slightly narrow on one particular hand, you're liable to whip right across to the rink line. He's added a bit of weight, a wee bit too much, but that's not a bad bowl back there either. Alex,
so
is it
2
sitting?
metre mark.
Yep, that'll be the 2 metre bowl.
Yeah, good shot. We see now Alan Burton. He's either been incredible or
yeah.
not quite as good in this game, and this is one of those really good bowls.
Holding 2. Takaro Tui holding 2 on this third end.
Mark Whale.
Yeah, much tighter line than the others have used down there, but he's got something to use.
Just a reminder, they're on their power play, the Murchison team.
Yeah, gosh.
And you can see that indicated by that little paddle on the scoreboard at the top left of your screen on their power play. So double points if they can score. So even if Janice can just get one in there, it's worth 2.
Yeah, get one on there, please, Warwick. I don't want to have to do it. He's certainly taking a wider line. If he can get round that blue one or through the hole.
Clean run, hit something. He's hit that one.
That's his own.
So what's the situation here?
I think there's still
John?
2 down. Oh no, 1 it is. 1 to Takaro. I've just seen the black lollipop up.
That bowl of Alan Burton's, the shot. You can see it there. It's a great camera angle just in the middle of your screen. Murchison on a power play and 2 down on this set.
Well, I think she'll be, Janice eventually will be playing the 4-handed. She's got options there, hasn't she? Slide off the short ones, push their own bowl up, or just draw it. There's plenty of room. Pat Horgan's got other ideas, though. He just wants to make it more difficult for them on this power play. Get on the road. Yep, so there's that might be the second shot. Yeah, it is 2 shots now.
Janice on the forehand.
Yeah, she's got that purple one to move up, but she's got to avoid that. Oh, she's going to miss everything.
Wide side.
Yeah.
Little feather.
What have we got, Bones? 2.
Interesting.
Might be 3 now.
So you feel like this is for the set. It's strange. I know it's only halfway through, but you feel like, you know, if Takaro gets a 3 here, they're 5 zip up. They've still got a power play up their sleeve. Really important bowl from Janice. It's on the swinging hand, so she's going to need weight to hold it up. Maybe she can use that purple bowl at 11, or that purple bowl at 10. Nope, not in the way that she would have wanted.
Knock them up for another.
Oh dear.
So that's a 4, I think. 4 it is. 4 against the power play for Takaro. So they move to 6. And we'll probably use a power play, do you think? Yep, they are. They're going to use a power play.
Card. Use the card. He's used both of the cards. You're going to take off. Was that because they called the tuies, or was he just...
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. And I'm sure the tui is only to do with the bird.
Yes, yeah, solely to do with the bird, I would think. Carla now on the back end, and looking likely that we are going to go to a tie break, although it's still possible.
Yeah, 2 ends to go.
You're only on the 4th end, so a 3 and a 3.
Oh, I think the score's, what's the score? 6, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll wait for the score.
Yep.
I think it is just the 4. There must have been a Murchison bowl. Oh, I've got no idea, John.
What? No, it's certainly 6 here. There was a 4.
Yeah, because they'd already scored.
Yep.
Oh, good.
4 on that last end. It was. Yep. So that's it. That's correct. 6-0 now. They've scored a first on the... 1 on the first, 1 on the second, and then that 4 against the power play. So Takaro dropping the first set 3-5, but up by 6-0. Holding shot here. Hodgkinson would like to get one in here and might just have done enough. Well, you know, if Murchison can grab a 3 or better still a 6 out of this, a 4, they're in with a chance.
Very doable. And remembering that they won that first, look at this bowl here. Square, good shot. Murchison won that first set, so if they can snatch a draw in the second set, that's a win in the game, isn't it? So their equation is 2 3s, really. A 4 and a 2, or a 2 and a 4.
Okay, Warwick, it's up to you. Play one of your Perla bowls. That's what Janice would like to see.
Go right to the end.
Is it going to get him for the shot? No. So it's I don't know, might have they have got a couple, yeah. So he's changing hands here, which makes sense. Only that you can see that movement of the jack would cart it back to his lead and his own bowl.
Yeah, those bowls sitting at
not
4
bad
o'clock
either,
on the
is it?
screen. Janice is excited. Look at this.
Sit that.
Goodness.
Gee, unfair. That was on target, and it just decided to do a sidestep. I think she'll play the same hand and just try and drag the jack a little bit. Drawing it dead first would be ideal, but a little bit of movement of the jack might just give them a couple.
Big smiles on the faces. And that's, I mean, that will be common all through this green, won't it, John? Because it's like almost a festival atmosphere at this Bowls3Five Interclub, the Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. Everyone there for a good time and some bowls as well. There's music going all day. You can just about be able to hear it. You know, the food and drinks and hydration.
So no change here. I was just looking at if she was to sit the shot bowl, but I don't think that would make a change really.
Yeah.
Oh, she's just gone a bit wide out here. Oh, possibly not. Maybe just a weight. She was wishing that bowl was up a bit towards her. She would have been a perfect little feather off that and into the jack. So one to come from Horgan. It's on its way. They're holding shot here. That will take them to 7-0. That would ensure that the set is theirs. Played it well. Yep, that's a second.
Beautiful shot. And Janice under all sorts of pressure, really to save any hope of this set.
Oh, it's a better green. Start working, come on.
He's close, Janice.
Sit on that black.
Oh, good try, great try.
She got a double tap, but still wasn't enough. And so, just looking at our scorer down the far end, is probably might have one up anyway. So.
Yeah, and we may see them go straight to the tiebreak, I think, John, because there's no worry about points differential or ends or anything, and the game will be out of reach, or the set, sorry, will be out of reach for Murchison. But they've won the first set, so I think we're going to see a tiebreak.
Yep.
That was 4.
One becomes 2. Power play.
No, one becomes 2, oh yeah. And they...
Oh, that's right, yeah. So
they can no longer lose, so yeah, they just confirming that now. So, because it is a tie-break, they're just having a chat.
Got to play it. Got to play it.
Right, so essentially it's a trial end, so they have to play it out. Someone's told them, maybe the umpire's told them they have to play it out. So play this end out. Read the rules, he says. Okay, maybe I haven't read the rules. And they'll play out this end, and then they'll go into a tie-break, John.
Have a meeting before we do anything. I'll have a meeting with my guys. Okay. I didn't want you to do that because I thought we're going miles better that way than we are fucking that way.
Right, so just having a conversation. And maybe just talking about... So, do we know, John, are they going to tiebreak or are they going to the fifth end of the second set?
I heard them say, you've got to play it out. We've got to play it out. But why would they want a discussion beforehand if that's the case?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused.
I'll check. I'll do a wee check while you're chatting away.
Thanks, John. So we're just watching them have a conversation here.
Yep.
As to whether it's a tiebreak or whether it isn't.
Tiebreak.
It says tiebreak, so they've decided it's a tiebreak. So into a tiebreak we go. What's the story, John?
They're definitely going to tiebreak right now. Yeah, there was a bit of confusion, and someone who you and I know quite well said I made a mistake. I put them wrong. So anyway,
tiebreak it is.
That's what lunch does to you.
There we go. So exciting times, and you can feel the tension in the air. You could cut the tension with a knife. First bowl.
Ooh, I think Janice thought he was onto that, and just pulling the jack back would have been a great start. So, lead Robin Hodgkinson. Very deliberately now. Rowan puts her right foot on the mat. Left foot, stepping foot, is on the green. Totally legal.
Good start here, Carla. Good start, don't.
Yep, and see Janice to the right there, just indicating with the hands. You've still got that's good half a metre you've got to get inside there. Oh, he's played the other hand too. That's interesting. He hasn't played the backhand a lot.
Hold all ticket.
Oh, he should have been playing it all day. Hold all ticket, says Pat. So he's almost hauled the jack twice. Remains to be seen whether those bowls have ended up in an effective position.
At least they're passed.
Mm-hmm.
See Carla now on her forehand. So it's a winner-take-all situation here.
Good line again.
You can see some pretty impressive shots
All you got.
in these spaces. That bowl, you almost want it to turn a little bit, John, and block the jack in the ditch.
Yeah. So I think Whale will play the forehand. He's going to play the backhand. He's been playing the forehand quite well. Having said that, he might have played the backhand quite well here. Going to zick through, or is he going to haul the jack and make it even exciting?
Warwick,
He
look at
has
this,
got
he's
it.
got the
Oh, ho,
jack.
ho.
What a shot on a tiebreaker.
Look at Pat. Hey, look at him shaking his head as if to say,
That's
wow.
a great shot.
Yeah. So this is where Alan Burton, who got a bit of a blast, didn't he? I think we heard the start of that conversation, that team meeting. And he's played a perler here. Wow, wow, what a response. Let's see Pat Horgan's face now. I think he'll be grinning. Look at him. A relief. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got a smile. Save the best till last. That's incredible. It's like three bowls or 4 bowls that would have been head winners.
How things change, eh? Look at him. Look at Horgan.
Oh, beautiful stuff here.
Right. Well repeated. I mean, he didn't have to change anything from his previous bowl because it hauled the jack back as it did. He's almost stayed, but he's played the same,
That's your jack, buddy.
got the same
Don't
weight.
pass,
Yeah,
that's great.
he'll be disappointed.
So the situation is the Manawatu
Going past, it's great.
representative Takaro going past. It's great, says Pat. And that has not passed it, but it is, you know, it's sort of vaguely in the way.
Yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
John. Takaro holding a couple.
Yep.
Punch and Judy, you've only got one punch.
Oh, it's been a good game. A good game to watch this one. A couple of extra commentators on the side.
That's good.
1-1. 1-1. Tie break. Tie break.
So Horgan's staying down there. He's going to watch what Janice Penman can do. She's a very capable player.
Close his eyes.
Looking to zing one down here, draw the shot, and say to Pat Horgan, okay, mate, see what you can do. Oh, gosh.
Under.
So I don't think Horgan, well, Horgan will get up there in the draw. Probably won't mind if he's a bit short.
Absolutely. He's holding the win on the forehand.
Oh, he's covering, is he? Way back. Gee, someone might be going in to pick that up. I'll just check.
Into the ditch.
Yep,
Well, he wasn't
that's in the
short. He
ditch,
said
it was
past it
too,
was great,
yeah.
and it was.
Yeah, okay.
Is it the
Okay.
last bowl, John? Or
Yes.
is there more life left in this game?
She's given it a bit more green, which is what she lacked on the last one. She's coming
Not
in
far
well. If she
away.
avoids that blue, oh my word. So close, hey? And they shake hands. The last ball won't be played. Or if it is, it'll end up in the same position as this previous one from Pat Horgan. So a tiebreaker between Murchison of Bulla and Takaro of Manawatu. After Murchison won the first 5-3, Takaro the second set 8-0, and then they have just won the tiebreaker. So the victory goes to the Takaro team over Murchison in our second live match of day one of the Summerset Bowls3Five Interclub finals. The Takaro team, Pat Horgan, Alan Burton and Carla Rowan, and they are the victors here today as we look at some highlights of this match and then get ready for our third game of the day.
Patrick's heart was going bang, bang, bang.
Right, time to sing out to the Bowls people who might have just gone out to the garden to do a bit in between time. Tell them to drop everything and get back here in front of the TV set, because we are back at Naenae with round 3, or game 3 of our live coverage here of the Summerset Bowls3Five Interclub National Finals here. And this match is between Plimmerton and Far North RSA. And again, I'm joined by Alex Reid. I'm John Macbeth, and we're looking forward to another scintillating match here. The Far North RSA, Alex, one very notable name there.
Yes, yeah. The keen Bowls watchers will see Anne Lomas in the middle, playing 2 in that team. She's a world champion, a former New Zealand representative. She's made a comeback to the game, and good to see her on the greens, and look forward to watching how she goes. She's been there and done it all before, John.
Yep, absolutely. And with her Sam Allison, who's skipping, and Peter Doreen is the lead. The lead for Plimmerton, the Plimmerton Tigers, is Rowan Cuff. This is him on the mat now, playing on the backhand to that right-hand side as we look at it now. So Cuff will be leading. Pam Mulford is the 2, and their skip is Mike Evans. So Plimmerton, the Plimmerton Bowling Club, which is situated in the Wellington region, and here we see the woman we were talking about, Anne Lomas. She'll have lost none of her enthusiasm and skill, a great style that she's got. Really impressive player from a few years ago, but gosh, she's here now, so that means that she's still got it.
Yeah, still got that nice delivery as well. Anne was the one of the in the stable of skips for the New Zealand team in the late 90s and early noughties.
Yep.
Nice here, Pam Mulford. Peter Doreen as well, John. I can remember, I'm sure he was been on our live broadcast from Oriba in the singles. He played a game against one of the smalls from Burnside and might have won that singles game, maybe 21-10, 21-11. Was very impressive in that match. And no surprise that he's off the front. We talk about the leads in this, particularly this Bowls3Five format, being the player that's sort of the most likely to just go boom, boom on the jack. That pressure is a funny thing in this format of the game.
So as we talked with Joe Edwards earlier about, you haven't got time really to find your line in a game like this. 5 ends only. It's very quickly over. Pam Mulford is a very polished performer from the Plimmerton club. They're a very strong club now. We see a lot of them up at Raumati. They come up and we support each other's galas and other events. So seeing quite a lot of Pam and other Plimmerton bowlers, Rowan and Mike as well. So this is Mike Evans on the left, and his opponent, it's Sam Allison with the cap on. He's skipping this Far North RSA team. I had a couple of texts, one of them saying that Mustangs for Murchison, because they reckon there must be a few wild horses around there. But Murchison Mustangs,
like that.
Yep. So I think we need to get something back from Murchison, don't we? And say, make a decision here. Don't need to go to committee over this. Just do it.
Got a couple of days to have your name changed.
Yeah.
And look at this here from Sam Allison on the back end.
Jack.
Where's it going? Pretty
Straight
good.
back to Anne Lomas, I think, there.
What a shot.
Mike
How far
Evans.
behind that bowl is it? You want that hand, not the open hand? Go.
Mike Evans just ascertaining what he's going to do. 2 left-handers at skip here.
Stand off the mark.
Interesting delivery. His hand's right in front. Where does it go? Okay, oh, that seemed to work.
Yep.
Very small backswing from Mike Evans from the Plimmerton Tigers. Willing it to hold up. I don't think it's going to. He was beautiful weight. If he'd taken a foot more green, that would have been amazing. Just underneath the bowls he wanted to go around.
Allison played perfect bowl previously, so therefore doesn't need to change anything, does he? Just comes through that gap.
That'll be what he's thinking.
Oh, underneath it. Oh, he's been a bit lucky there. And that's probably another shot, is it? No, just drifting too far.
You can see there the far north with the white stickers and the Plymouton Tigers with the black stickers, which matches the scoreboard at the top left of your screen. And the second bowl here from the Plymouton. Well, he's taken more green, John.
Yeah. Just accepting the 2, that's Far North RSA, score a 2 on the first end. And immediately into position to play is Peter Doreen. He was telling me that he's won 99 club titles. And he said, I really had hoped, thought that I'd get to 100 this season. But he said, I just got, just didn't quite achieve what I planned to. And I looked across at Sam Allison. I said, it wasn't anyone sitting here who kept you out of that 100. He just grinned. So good
Only
competition.
99.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not bad. There we go. The lead, Ryan Cuff for the Plymouton Tigers on the forehand side.
Mentioned the Tigers. They their name, for a variety of reasons, really, they and looking at the turf here, they play on Tiger turf, which they use as part of their reason for having Tiger. They were all born in 1962, which was the year of the Tiger, these 3 players. And the stripe you can see up to on the shirt on the top right of your screen there has sort of got that Tiger design, hasn't it? The stripes going through there. So that's part of it. And then at some stage we'll catch a glimpse of their Tiger mascot, which is down the other end, down this end where we're viewing from. So they've done everything Tigerish.
Fair enough. I've heard worse reasons. Look at this.
Yep.
That's a beautiful bowl there from Ryan Cuff. And now we see Ann Lomas approach the mat on the backhand. At the same delivery. There's a video somewhere, I think, on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel of her win in the 2000 World Fours. She skipped that same delivery after 20 years. It's a pretty fair effort. Down it comes. Is it going to sit down?
Yep.
Not bad.
Class is permanent, isn't it? No matter that she's had a few years out.
Yep, onto the red.
Very nice delivery here from Pam.
Our discussion about footwear too got a bit of bit of reaction, mainly from greenkeepers.
I can imagine.
Yeah. So Eric says to me, Bowls New Zealand have a list of approved bowling shoes. So all other shoes are illegal. Greenkeeper's nightmare, all these running shoes damaging your greens. A lot of running shoes, or what we would call running shoes, are absolutely fine. I mean, look at the ones to the right there, but they have got quite a bit of tread on them, haven't they?
Yeah, so it's been relaxed a little bit, John.
Yes.
So on the Bowls New Zealand website, on the 1st of April, April Fool's Day, brilliant day, the World Bowls laws were released, the new ones, and there was also a new set of domestic regulations. And in the domestic regulations, there's a bullet-pointed list of things that a bowls shoe should have or that are acceptable. So like your smooth sole, I think a ripple sole's okay, no heel, etc., etc. And if you can look at your shoes and it ticks off what's on the list, you're all good to wear them. So it's just about a bit of common sense. You would never wear a heel onto a green.
No.
If you've got stone stuck into the bottom of your shoe, you probably shouldn't do that. But if it's reasonably smooth sole and you're not going to go ice skating on the bowls rink, that's all good. That's no worries.
I think as viewers might, while we were talking about that, might have been watching those players walk away from the camera, and you could see that all had different soles. You know, some were a bit bubbly, or some had lines. some were pretty much smooth. And I did notice we had a member at our club a couple of weeks ago was getting ready to play in a championship, and he had the old, really smooth, flawless sole on his shoes early in the morning, bit of dew, and he slipped off the bank and damaged his ankle. And as he said, I've been thinking about changing my shoes. He said, we don't need to have these. We don't need to have these absolutely smooth shoes anymore, do we? And I mean, no, you don't. So that was just a danger, and we all know if you've got really smooth soles on your shoes, no matter whether you're walking or whatever, they can be dangerous. So anyway, here we see the skip for this team from the far north. That's Sam Allison, just trying to take advantage of that whoopsie by Mike Evans, and he does so. It's
and a
one
good
to
shot.
draw the
Look
shot.
at that. Beautiful correction. And Mike Evans now will check his bias, I'm sure, on his forehand.
I think he heard you. He grinned. It's almost a Damien McKenzie shot at goal. That just a smirk before you kick the ball. He was just
might be for good reason.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, what a good correction, eh? What a good correction.
Oh, that was a lovely bowl.
Unlucky.
That was lovely regardless.
Another single there to Far North. They now lead by 3-0 after 2 ends.
Peter Doreen here on his forehand. These players seem to not really favour one side of this rink yet. And they've played good bowls on both hands, to be fair, John.
And we saw in the previous game there was just a wee bit, it wasn't a straightener, was it? It was just a sort of a correction a bit further on. So if the jack goes back a bit further, we might see that. But it certainly didn't come into play with that first bowl of Peter Doreen's. I think everyone will be quite happy with this.
Yeah, and Ryan leading off on the back
this.
end. Good shot. So Peter will probably stay on his forehand, just correct from his first bowl. That could be on the tight side based on the other games we've broadcast here. This hand, nice turning hand. So you take your green, you're rewarded, and if you don't, that happens.
He's got this one away pretty well.
Lovely grouping. That's two very good bowls.
Yeah, gosh, he's sitting there thinking to himself, Mike Evans will be saying, oh gosh, just another half a metre would have been fantastic for me, but that's okay there, Ryan.
Where's this one? There it is on the back end.
Come on, Sam Pam. Just over the head.
Oh, that's cool. So their shorts match the tops, John.
Yeah. I love it. It's
fantastic.
People are putting a lot of thought into their uniforms now, aren't they?
So Sam just giving Anne Lomas a foot there to play to on her back end. That delivery evergreen. Just watch this bowl. Down to the weight now from Anne Lomas. It's very close, John. Beautiful.
Perfect, eh? Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. A nice little attraction to the jack almost, wasn't it? Oh, it's heading past. Oh, no, it's stopped. That's great.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff there.
Come with some weight. The jack's just here. You're looking to play onto this bowl, this hand. Weight to my foot. Yep.
So Pam just trying to sneak around the short stuff and swoop onto the shot. She's chasing after it.
Oh, great effort.
Yeah, it was a good effort too, yeah.
Yeah, great try. And she stayed up on the island, which is good stuff. It means that it creates more opportunities. If we look at the head there, Final Tharasay leading 3-0. They've got the shot. It's probably just the one, I think. Those two red bowls of Ryan's count before the rest of the Far North bowls. And just saying at 12 o'clock would be a good place to be. Even the 2 metre mark would be quite good for Sam, wouldn't it, John?
Yeah, absolutely.
A left-hander. Wearing a hat inside. Well, sort of inside. Under a,
yes, definitely
under
inside.
A lid.
Good daylight coming through, but well, tactically that's not bad, is it? I suppose, because
yeah,
he knows that Evans is not going to mess around. If he draws it, he's going to have to draw it and move the jack.
Again, it's one of those times where Far North is thinking, well, we're leading 3-0 and we've got the shot.
Yeah.
You don't want to draw one close and make an easier shot for Mike to play. You'd rather just, you're almost happy with the one and covering a potential place where the jack might go instead of trying to draw close and creating a target or something for the opposition. Sam now making a little correction of his first bowl.
That's a pretty good correction, isn't it?
If he's in for 2, that's a great bowl.
Yeah,
a good shot, and he hasn't made it any easier. Still a narrow target.
He looks a little bit more comfortable with that, yeah.
How's the weight, John?
Whew, looks not bad, does it? Oh, gosh, that was a pretty good try, wasn't it? And he's probably still 2 down.
Yeah. I think it will be 2 based on the chalk mark, so it should be 5. 5 zip to the Far North team. Nope, no, we'll do a measure. Peter Doreen's got the mat thinking, well, what's all the...
Yeah.
I mean, it seems as if the bowl's overhanging the chalk mark. Oh, but the jack's off centre, isn't it?
Yeah, it has moved
Sorry,
too.
pardon me. I take it all back.
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot
that
that
was worth
I
a
moved
measure.
the jack.
Just the 1, yeah. Okay. So 1 to the Far North team.
I rescind all my previous. All my
well, that's what I was thinking
were,
too. I'd forgotten that the jack had moved only so slightly.
But enough just to make that difference.
You know, we had that discussion about what the dial is on the measure.
Yes.
The number of people, I just had one, I saw the Plymouth, the Paikakariki boys team next door to me there, and one of their key players in their club is a guy, Derek Taylor, who's obviously watching, and he said, I had no idea what those dials were for, and he's played a lot of bowls, and so that's quite good. As you said, John, get home and just check it.
Yeah, just have a nosy.
But I do remember looking at it saying, I wonder what these dials here for. They don't tighten up the tape or anything like that, you know. That's so attentive, John.
Obviously, they're a well-used feature, aren't they? It's almost just decorative, essentially, is what they've become.
Yeah, it's like having a string on your golf bag, trying to keep the score on something there, which someone gave me once because I couldn't keep the score either, but I never used it. Well, I didn't want to use it because it only went up to 10. Just score for each hole. Ryan Cuff again. Just looking to get this red ball in a little bit closer. He certainly added weight.
Just want to get off the mark.
Yeah, good line again.
Line's good, just your weight, mate. Oh, the back ball.
And Lomas on the back end.
Yeah, come
Of
to
course,
Sam,
she was involved in a famous victory for the New Zealand team in the fours, I think, against Scotland. And two interesting things happened. The first interesting thing was that the Scottish team were playing with borrowed bowls, John, because they were challenged on the eve of the final. So they were taken away and tested and found to be too narrow.
Wow.
So they borrowed bowls, and then it went to an extra end. But no one knew if it went to an extra end or not. And there was a half-hour discussion. And the officials had a spirited conversation as to whether it should go to an extra end because it wasn't included properly in the conditions of play. It was sort of implied. If you watch the video, some of the players stay at the end of the rink. Sharon Sims goes and sits down, and they're all waiting, twiddling their thumbs. Half an hour to play one end to decide champions of the world. It's about as dramatic as it gets. And look at this correction.
I'll say. Gosh.
Unlucky, mate.
Certainly a good story to tell later on anyway.
A little bit of weight off. Into here.
Pam, one of the Tigers. It's a very nice delivery. Right through the line. Where's it going to end up? It can't be far away, John.
Looks all right, doesn't it? Eh? Just going to, if it's got the weight, or just enough.
About the second shot.
Oh no, the second shot, is it? Oh.
Might be.
Just short of a gallop.
Might just be the one, I feel like that's second.
And if you look at this head, there's, what, 8 bowls played. They've all taken a nice green, and just a smattering on the weight, isn't it? There's just sort of slightly different weights played. Sam will expect there to be enough room for him. He's going to play on his backhand side. You can see the bias marked by that white sticker.
He's been down there, he knows. It looks so different, as we keep saying, doesn't it, down at the other end. So he knows there's a lovely gap there for him to come through. Mike's just struggling a wee bit to get into those fine spaces. He's certainly played some good bowls for this Plymouton club.
Racing again, mate.
A lot of good second bowls from Mike, hasn't there been, John? The first bowl tends to be a little bit awry, and the second bowl has been very good, so he's making good corrections. And when you're in that space, you just wish that your first bowl was close, because you know your second one would be even closer.
Yeah. Or that you had 3.
Alternatively, maybe that's the next ball we can bring in for next year. But look at this correction here from Mike. He's close. The black stickered bowls are his, remember, so if he bumps this one up, it's in for the shot.
Yep. No, that's good. He draws another. That's good.
Bang, bang.
2 there. Will they measure for that red one or not?
2.5 perhaps, but good for the Plymouton Tigers.
Yep, they are there. It's a good camera angle. I like this because so often when you put the measure down against the jack, you find that, and then you look up, you find that it's pointing in, totally different.
Oh, I saw. This is interesting.
It might be worth an umpire.
Might get our first umpire's call of the day.
Here we are, and Steve Sargent marches out. Steve's good. He looks around the games and he'll spot, some people down measuring, so he wanders down there all ready to go.
And wearing some Bowls shoes as well.
Yep.
Looks like some Aero Bowls shoes. Sam Allison making his way down to the head to see what's going on. And Steve using what's called a box measure. So no dial on that one. Oh, that's a string. Looks like it's been repaired actually at the measuring end. Steve might have tried out his knot tying skills, I suspect.
Ooh. So 3 in the measure. Right. Hurry up, Steve, would you?
Oh. And back around we go.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Hey, these are tight, aren't they? He's saying that one's shot.
Just heard a power play. Someone's playing a power play.
Yep, we'll do our power play. So you hold up the yellow.
Who's saying it? Is it Plimerton power
Yes,
play?
I think so, yeah.
On the final end, so they're backing the momentum here. Plimerton playing the power play, double points. Make a bit more noise than that, Plimerton. There we go. So remember, Plimerton Tigers playing their power play. And this is the penultimate end now, isn't it? They've played 3.
Good. Everyone's got the yellow card up.
Everyone
Mike Evans has got one down the other end. Pam Mulford's got one there. And Lomas knows that they're playing it. So.
Well, this is the final end. And it's not 6-0.
It's 4-2, yeah. So Plimerton got 2 on that end. So from 4-0 down, they moved to 4-2, and that's the reason they're playing the power play. And Ryan Cuff's put on a good starter.
Mine's good feet.
And Doreen's put on a better one.
Stop on, mate.
Shot.
Great shot there.
Jack's just in front of it.
That's a great bowl. Look at this from the leads. They've really lifted.
Yeah.
And that'll be disappointing there for Ryan.
I think he liked it initially
Stay there, mate.
because he knows that just a touch on that shot bowl will move the jack back to their own bowl. Mind you, so does the Far North team. So they don't want to be nudging that jack.
Look at this here from Peter.
Handy there, mate.
That's good stuff. So if Plimerton score a 1, they've drawn the set.
Come this end, Pam. You're looking to connect with that bowl there.
Which is good. If they score a 2, they win it. So it's a clever use of the power play here, but it's just about they'll want to hold the shot probably before the skips crossover, you would think, wouldn't you, John?
Yep.
You sort of don't really want to have to do that work in the skip space.
Let me go to the 2 and
And covering the 2 metre mark in case they opt for a kill. So Joe Edwards in the first game, or whenever it was that we had who spoke about being defensive or attacking with your power play, or defensive and attacking in general, and what the Far North can do is be defensive here.
couple metres short. Not all bad, yeah.
So just a, Pam, just a weighted draw onto this. Just looking to push it back to here. Weight to my foot.
Nice clear instruction.
Can't see any movement from Mike.
Good try.
Yeah. That was the weight he was looking for, wasn't it? Just to turn that shot ball over
Oh,
which in turn would move the jack. That appears to be that close that it would move back to the red.
Put another foot on it.
So Anne was just asking where her last bowl finished in relation to the jack, so she can understand what sort of weight to play this one with. Anywhere past is good.
Yep, that's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, he asked previously for something on the 2 metre.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yep.
Really good stuff. So that bowl at 6 o'clock is the one that Plimerton will want to be the shot in about 25 seconds' time.
Yeah, it does look as though the shot bowl might not be touching the jack, but it's not far away, and so any movement of that shot bowl will move the jack.
Let's go from the far north lead there. And a big bowl here for Mike. It's his first one, and he'll want to get the job done here and put the pressure back onto far north. They've played their only power play that they're allowed to play in this entire game, the Plimerton Tigers.
He's holding the shot. This is the last end. They lead by 4-2. All he's got to do is make sure that if there is contact with that jack, that he's somehow got it covered. Well, he mightn't be very happy with that, Alex. That's something else to use, isn't it? That's a great line for Mike Evans, and there is usable, that last bowl of Sam Allison.
Because it's short of the jack, isn't it? Isn't that right,
Yeah,
John? He's
yeah.
on the other hand, though,
Oh,
Mike.
oh,
That's
gosh.
interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting shot selection.
Oh, gosh.
I think that's that for that set.
Yeah.
And Sam will not be allowed to play this bowl. I don't think Anne will allow it. Yeah, look at that.
No.
She's going like that.
No, it was an interesting change of hands, I thought, there for Mike Evans with the... yeah, anyway, it could have come off, but it didn't, and so the team which has now played its power play loses the first set by 5-2.
And Joe Edwards spoke about if you can defend a power play and then score on your power play, you're more than halfway to winning the game. So if you are the Far North RSA, you've just defended a power play, so you're halfway there. If they could score on their power play, it'd be a hard road back for the Plimerton Tigers. This first bowl from Peter on the forehand.
Righto, Ryan, a couple in there. Start off the second set.
He's played pretty good bowls, Ryan. He's probably been the steadiest member of his team thus far.
Yeah, and certainly in that first set. Starts off with a good bowl here.
Start row.
Yeah, good bowl. Steady stuff, those black stickered bowls of the Plimerton Tigers.
Got a metre short.
And Peter on his forehand.
Good effort.
Oh, a chance here for Plimerton. If Ryan can put a second shot in.
Yeah.
And they'll want to start this set off well, won't they, John? They've just lost their first set, so you sort of want to go, look, we're here.
So he's changed hands, And it's not a bad bowl again, is it?
Yeah,
That's
bowl,
two
right?
really good bowls.
Great stuff.
What a good start. You're right for this end. And what that in turn does, Alex, is makes Pam Mulford feel better about her next shot, and also particularly the skip, hoping that I don't have to actually draw the shot. I'm going to have really good positional bowls here.
Not a chance.
And Doreen with something to say about that, though, John. Look at this here from Anne Doreen. Not Anne Doreen, sorry, I'm getting too excitable. Anne Lomas.
Oh, lovely bowl. Gosh.
It's because I knew it was going to be such a good bowl. I muddled up her name and Peter's last name all together.
Looking to
Beautiful
just
stuff.
play onto that, just tapping it, tap the jack through. Just looking to hit onto that, tap it through, tap the jack through.
That's your champion mentality, though, isn't it, John? Because Anne Lomas has gone, right, we're in a little bit of trouble.
Yep.
The lead hasn't played as well as he could have, and the opposition's gone bang, bang. Let's get ourselves out of this trouble immediately. That champion mentality. It's all about timing this game.
Oh, mightn't be far away either, Alex.
This isn't far away.
Just sit that out.
Look at that.
Yeah, great. Oh, has it gone far enough?
Goodness gracious me. Zen's had a lot of excitement. Plenty of good bowls.
There's all the sort of dangers there, weren't there, of the jack moving. And jack moving across to the right as we view it now would give the Plymouton team 3.
It's a very similar shot. You're looking to just come onto the jack, back to here.
Very similar shot. Out smooth. Oh, how's your green? Look at that, just ducking away.
It started off narrow and interesting delivery she's got. I mean, delivery is fine, but she does all her sighting from off the mat, doesn't she? And then steps up on the mat and bowls straight away. And that's worked for her. Gosh, she's had some really good successes around the country. In fact, I think she was a member of a medal-winning fours championship team. Just trying to remember exactly where that was, but you know, so she's done well. Right, if ever you wanted to produce a good one, Mike Evans, this is it. When you step up to the mat behind your opposing skip, Sam Allison.
What's that song? Now is the hour.
Yeah.
Well, now might be the minute.
Yes. Good place here. Yep.
Mike. On your forehand.
Oh, if it misses that one to the right.
Oh, based on the body language. It's close.
Oh,
what a shot!
Oh, what a great shot. Oh.
That's top-notch stuff. Out of, well, now was the minute, wasn't it? He was listening to the commentary. I wonder what, she just wrote something on that, maybe a smiley face. Beautiful bowl. That's such a hard shot to play. What a shot.
So now, Allison's previous bowl might just prove to be crucial here, where he went past the jack. Took out one, and now he's got two back there, but that's his last bowl. So, what does Mike Evans play here? Same shot, at the risk of knocking up the opposition. Good idea to come down and have a look at that.
Absolutely. You've got the one.
Yep, that's...
They're just looking at a way to make it more than one.
Yeah. onto the blue, knock the jack across a wee bit. Pam saying, what about playing the other hand? But he's going back with a shot in mind.
Well, he's just played such a good ball on his forehand. Oh, he doesn't like that one so much though, John. We heard it through the commentary.
No, that was sort of a I don't want to mess this up sort of bowl, wasn't it? One. So a really good end that, wasn't it? Some good lead bowls, and the jack had a clutter around it. So Plymouton start this second set with a single, having dropped the first 5-2. So the mat's right back in this game. The jack must be in the centre of the circle, the two circles, one at each end of the rink. And that's what, 4 metres from the ditch, is it, Alex? I think something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. But the mat can go anywhere.
Yeah, and the mat can go in 3 different. There, you can have a long mat, a short mat, or a medium mat. So there's. Oh no, the mat can't go anywhere.
Yeah. There's no markings on the. Yeah, that's right.
Keep it simple. Well, I just about finished that with something
else.
Yes,
yeah.
Keep it simple.
The kiss.
Kiss.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful saying, isn't it? Yes, the jack is static, and the mat can be placed wherever. Keeps it nice and easy, and probably quite good from a tactical point of view, because you really sort of, in the traditional game, if you lose the jack, you can lose the advantage gained from where you're throwing it, whereas Bowls3Five, you place the mat where you want, and it's a really easy way to control where you're coming from, I suppose. We see Mark O'Connor and Mike Johnson in the background having a good chin wag.
Mike Evans just saying to himself, oh, don't fall to bits now, you've been so good, Rowan. And Rowan saying to himself, oh, don't fall to bits now, I've been so good.
The same thing.
Yep.
Looser end building here.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer? You got to get round that, or this is probably more open?
See, look, all her aiming is done off the mat, isn't it? All the line and everything is gained, and then straight into it.
Wastes no time once she's on the mat.
Yeah.
Lovely delivery, really.
Hand finishes in front of her face. Well, if she's round that, and she is, she won't want this one back.
Needs it to keep running just a little bit. Perfect line right in the centre of the rink.
It's close. You come around this bowl. Just inside Pete's. Just Pete's bowl by that much.
The jack's that far behind him, but
That far. You just look, come inside Pete's bowl.
Interesting, Sam said, can you get round this bowl? She just nodded, you know. Of course I can.
Down to your weight.
Down to your weight, says Sam.
Yeah.
Oh, great try. No bowls past the head yet in this end, John.
Line, another go, another half metre.
Now, how much is it going to come back? We know it's a big swinging hand. Just down to the weight here from Pam. This is a beautiful effort, John.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's what happens when you give your bowler a chance to turn back. Well played.
Just need another foot. Foot on your
He
last
says
one.
holding up 2 feet. Always hard to gauge, isn't it? You look at, if you got a ruler out sometimes and you said, oh, I think you're about a foot, we're using the old measurement, and then you realise that no, a foot isn't quite that big, you know.
Oh, it's moved out on
Oh, she's swinging the rag, the bowls cloth. She's wanting it to come in, and if it does come in under that lot, it's a pretty good bowl. It does come in under that. If it
just
hadn't made
about.
contact, that would have been spot on, wouldn't it, Alex? Yeah,
Near
nice
perfection.
shot.
Yeah, sorry, it looked quite hard to see for you. Yeah, so I just got to come onto yours or come. I'll go. I don't mind this thing.
Again, you're looking at the shirts here, the Far North RSA with very much an RSA design to it, with the poppy, which of course we've just had Anzac Day, and the infantrymen, and a fair bit of dawn in there as well, isn't there? I think. Here we go. He's come underneath that, so he's looking to push up one of these bowls, but he's not going to have the weight.
Sam now on his back end, and perhaps when I was talking about now is the hour, I should have said it about the Far North team, because that all fits in too, doesn't it, John?
Yeah, yeah.
One of the most famous ever New Zealand songs.
Stay away from mine.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Underneath the line.
Oh, that's,
Ooh.
oh, gee.
Oh, just about
Yeah,
very well.
but
didn't
lucky
it?
there, I think. He could well have made contact with those two Plymouton bowls, which is really what I think Mike Evans might be trying to do now. Yep, there you go. Play onto these two. It's a better shot, I think. If you can just turn one, you could turn them both over and end up with 3.
You want me to push those two up?
Oh, I'm not sure. Sort of the one place he couldn't
Yeah, it's the one place he didn't want to go, and he lucky not to give it away there too.
be.
So
That bowl really wanted to move
gosh,
closer, didn't it?
yeah.
How many seconds?
Three seconds. Shot bowl with a bit of weight. Oh, he's going to hit those two bowls. Now, anything could happen here. Oh, gosh. Almost stayed for it. So Plymouton get a single. Seemed to be a long second end, didn't it? Seemed to go on and on, this one. So
It
two
did.
ends gone in the second set, and it's 2-0 to Plymouton, with Far North RSA having won the first by 5-2. But RSA have their power play yet to play.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You can see that yellow card attached to the scoreboard in the background. And that's what they have to wave around when they do call a power play. And there's one to come. The Far North, well, the Plymouton Tigers, sorry, unsuccessful with their power play previously. Is that a bowl to the very left of the screen? It's on the other. Is it on the other rink, John, or is that one of
Yeah.
their bowls they've forgotten to clear away on the other rink?
That's on the other rink.
That's okay. I thought maybe they'd missed one.
So that matches Takaro Tui, isn't it? We can see.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We had them on the broadcast rink previously.
Yeah. And they're up against that WGI, it looks like, is it? I can't read there.
Feet.
Look at that.
Right. That's a good opener here for Peter Doreen.
There's been a steady stream of spectators coming through as well, hasn't there, John? And we'll
Oh,
see
yeah,
that
it's been really
increase
good.
as
And
goes on.
I thought there must have been full because the cars outside, you know, Saturday, of course. Oh, Friday, isn't it? Cars outside were parked all along there, but there's businesses working and the good little cafes and that up the road where people are going to.
A lovely bakery across the road.
Yeah.
Give a shout out.
They,
Fond recollections.
They asked where you were.
Rightly so. Here we go. Peter on the forehand. Beautiful green from all four bowls. But the two blue ones are going to be the closer ones, I think. It's pulled up in time. Yeah, that's a good shot.
So now Pam Mulford becomes the lead.
Hasn't given it the oomph for the grass there. I think it's a nice enough hand, but you just get punished if you don't take your green on it, eh? If you don't put your ball out there to come back,
Well.
you miss by more than you think you have.
We'll see how Anne plays it, because she's played it before and she's played it well. But it is, you take the green.
Give your ball a chance to turn back into the centre line and you're okay. But if you pinch the green even a little bit, it seems to be quite dramatic.
A little touch on it.
And just underneath by a little bit, but pretty good.
Okay, Pam, have another crack. It's drawing in.
That's probably, that's at least two anyway.
Not sure what the green is like here. Yeah, it's better. Is it going to come back in, John?
Good.
That's the question.
I think so.
Onto the bowl. Great shot.
Great
yeah.
shot. That's lovely.
Do you play that same way, Anne?
It just reinforces, Alex, doesn't it, that if you're trying to get rid of a ball, you don't need to run at it, do you? You just need to sit on it and you'll stay, as we saw there. And we might well see again with Anne Lomas. So just reaching,
close,
just draw a shot, but sit on that bowl. Not quite there, but that was the intention, and that's exactly what Mulford did. Really good shot. Gave a skip reason to smile.
Sensational shot.
Yeah, sensational shot. Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough. See the players or the teams that aren't playing hang around, have a drink, something to eat, watch the event unfold. Wonderful facility at this Naenae Bowling Club, of course, to enable that to happen, John.
Yeah, great workers here. It's a very good club. It's a prominent club in the Wellington region, and got some outstanding players here. But the facility is just top notch. It just doesn't look too bad either, does it?
No, it doesn't on the backhand side. This is a great shot. How much is it going to turn at the very end? Beautiful stuff. Holding two now, the Plymouton Tigers.
So Sam might be inclined to have a wee go, will he? Yeah,
he won't be short. He's very close here. He's very close.
Both. Yeah.
And the kill. But one down on the 2 metre mark.
Yes, that second bowl of Ryan Cuffs, which went past the jack, whistled past the jack. Well, it didn't. It went a couple of metres past the jack. It's on the 2 metre mark, so that is the shot now.
Decisions. You sort of want to get a third shot, I think, John, just in case you do get cannoned off to be one down.
Yeah. And it's here where you're holding shots, so you don't want to be narrow, eh?
Yeah. Can be the hardest thing to think because inevitably you're narrow, but Mike isn't. Well, he's not narrow.
No. But if he's up, he's all right. Let's see where this one ends.
Green potentially.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Oh,
Sam will go this again. He's got second and third, so he could cannon one off for two. And even if he loses the bowl he's hitting, he's still worth one. So we'll see weight here from Sam. Big bowl really in the context of the game there. 2 down after 2 ends, having won the first set. He's not far away, John. Good bowl.
Ooh, took the, that wasn't a toucher in the ditch either.
One down.
Or was it? One down. So the red stayed. Ryan Cuff's bowl stayed there right by the ditch. So another single to Plimerton. They now lead by 3-0. And we're about to start the fourth end.
Yep. Are they thinking about a tie? Not a tie break. Have we seen the power play from the far north yet? We haven't, have
yes.
we?
Oh, was that it? What are we doing? The signals.
Power play. Yes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, sure. Not leaving it till the last.
They must have heard you from the commentary booth. Power play. Brilliant. What a lovely little graphic that was. Power play for the far north RSA, and this is a big moment for them. Having won the first set, got rid of the Plimerton Tigers power play because they unsuccessfully played theirs. So if the far north can score even a 2 here, that'll put them ahead going into the final end. It's a great format, isn't it, John?
Yes, yeah. I love it. You've got to keep on the ball, don't you? You can't afford to lose concentration.
You blink for a second, and then it's like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
what's going on?
Oh, it's a game finished. It's about like that, isn't it? You're playing the third set, the third end, and then all of a sudden you're playing the last. It just it can go by very quickly. So Rowan Cufford started with a good line, as his skip said. Beaten here, though, by Peter Doreen. So an extra metre or so on that particular line that he had, and that'll bring him the shot, or he can sit on the current shot, and he might just do that. Let's see what happens. Underneath it or sitting. Hard luck.
Try.
Again, mate.
Yep.
Only that far over.
You can see the television on in the background, John's.
Yeah.
It's like steering into the uncanny valley because it's what we're watching, so it goes on forever, but good to have it going in the club as well.
Come on.
It's good because not everyone wants to come out and have a look. They get a view of the main game that we're watching.
Whichever you like.
And they're close to the bar and the cafe. And
Lots of positives.
yep.
They'll have us on mute, I'm sure, as we see Pam here on her forehand. The big swinging, it's the swinging side. Got to take your green.
Yeah, well, remember she played a real good shot coming this way last time. From about that green too.
Down to the weight. That would have been the right green for it, John.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a few revolutions short.
Yeah. Yeah, draw.
So all the teams here, the 26 of them play, what, 8 games each, isn't it? And
8 games each.
5 wins to qualify.
Yeah, it's a nice simple equation. Doesn't go back on points diff or ends or anything like that. If you win 5 games, you get through to post-section, and if you don't win 5 games, you get to watch post-section.
And say 26 teams is 27 centres, so I think North Otago is the only centre not represented here. I'm sure they'll be in it next year when they... Well, that was interesting from Pam Mulford. Her corrections have been pretty good.
Just overplayed it that little bit.
Yeah.
Man Lomas on her forehand. Such an experienced bowler. How's the weight?
She's got really, that's a big green out there, isn't it? Might not come in from out there.
Yeah, maximum green that you could take, really. And you can see in the end result.
Some deep breathing. There's a lot of tension out there, and it's you know, they all realise that people are watching them and hoping they do well. They've got supporters, and they're all hoping there'll be people at the Plimerton Bowling Club will be watching this, no doubt, and Far North RSA, of course. But people at home just dropping everything while they watch their teams in action. So Plimerton Tigers, this is a power play for Far North. We could drop a single, but they don't want to drop 2. So this is where the skip comes in. Looked to be fairly wide out there. I don't think it's going to... No, it hasn't come in from there. It's, look at that. It stayed way out on the boundary line.
This bowl from Sam Allison. Remember, it's the far north power play. Doesn't want to hit that one too hard. Oh, that would have been a stressful moment, John, but I think the far north still holding on to one.
That gap.
There's a couple of options here. I think when we see it, we'll see that he can go through a hole onto the jack, or he can promote 2 of his own bowls, or one of 2 bowls that are there. Oh, is that a sign of I don't like that?
Oh, I don't think he does, but maybe something interesting will happen.
He's not going to be here.
Not to be.
Oh,
Sam's
gee.
going to come have a look.
That was a golden opportunity there. Now that power play, so this is an important bowl too here for Sam Allison.
That wasn't great.
2 makes 4. Are there any bowls to get rid of that would help their cause? I think it's a draw only, isn't it?
I think so. I think if you can just, he's just finding a spot to draw for 2. Certainly would be a great shot to play going into the final end. So on their power play, so to go 4-3 up last end would be a space they want to be in.
You see where Peter Doreen was showing him where the exact spot where if he was to land there, it would give them another shot. It wasn't close to the jack. It was just on the edge of the circle. So he's not saying get into the jack. This will get you a shot. So it means he doesn't have to go quite as narrow as maybe he would.
Yeah, it's a good sort of tool, really.
Just get onto that outside edge and you've got another shot. Calling it in. Will it come in from out there, though? Will it?
It's trying to. If he's got the weight, he's close. It's trying to. Go, she says.
Oh.
I think he might have maybe potentially sort of done it. I don't want to get too...
Pam Mulford's going for the tape. Ryan Cuff does the sometimes accurate finger measure.
Right, so they're going to concede. No, they're just going to go all around in a circle. So Pam Mulford with the, what sort of tape measure is she using here? Oh, that's the box measure still. It's against the black bowl of the Plimerton Tigers. And then they will go to the white stickered bowls of the Far North RSA. Far North on a tiebreaker. Let's see what the story is here.
Surely it'll be 1 at least. It's whether it's 2 or not, I think.
You would think so.
Yep,
yeah, 1 at least. And is it 2?
Looks like it, doesn't it? Ooh. She's making sure it's right against 2.
2.
It is 2.
Which is
so
4.
A 4 it is.
Brilliant.
So good use of the power play for Far North. They get the result they wanted. And a fine last bowl by their skip Sam Allison has given them the lead at 4-3 to playing the last. Woohoo! 5th end coming up.
Exciting
1 point
times.
You
And all
too.
the where do you want?
too,
Yeah,
mate,
just
all the
ask me
leads.
what the mat and
No,
all the
thank you.
excitement, John. I was going to ask you at the start of the game because the Far North RSA don't have a nickname. I was going to ask for nickname suggestions, but it's been such an enthralling game it actually slipped my mind.
Yeah.
You've got about 5 minutes. Do you have any ideas? What could the Far North RSA?
How about the
what could
Fighting
be-
Far North? The
I
Fighting
like it.
Far North, eh? There you go.
Fighting. Yeah, it works.
With the, the soldiers and...
all works, yeah, and the
Yep.
alliteration as well. Sold.
And this is a pretty good opener coming in. Just going to be a bit short, but it's a nice sighter here for Peter Doreen. So, okay, Rowan, get 2 inside that for your team. Set them on the path to a tiebreaker.
Because of course a draw would not be enough for the Plimerton Tigers, would
No.
it? Because it would be a 1.5 sets to the Far North RSA, which is enough to take this game. So 2 required for Plimerton. They have last bowl. Ryan be willing this ball on?
Just out of it.
Hey, mate, just around it.
The skipper asked him to go around that bowl, and his line was perfect for getting around it, but it's just the weight went a slightly more distance. Needed just a wee bit more of a push. Now Ryan Cuff
On the backhand. A little bit of a bounce on the release. Might take some of the weight off here. Or maybe.
Yeah, might take off just enough weight, actually.
Brilliant. Good shot. Maybe he could have bounced it 2 or 3 more times, John.
Yeah,
It would have been perfect.
That's you, mate. You just get around those balls.
And disappointed with that one.
Nothing wrong with a back ball.
That's the only poor bowl she's played, really.
Yeah.
And there we see Graham Doreen in the background. And when I spoke about Anne Doreen instead of Anne Lomas, of course, that's Graham's wife. She's a good bowler in her own right. And that snuck out of my mouth when I was getting a bit excitable as Anne drew a toucher earlier on in the game. Look at that beautiful delivery on a nice line. Important to get this one as close as possible. Just the weight, John.
Yeah.
Right, Anne. Start again.
Overplayed.
Bit of pressure going here.
Good line.
Plymouth want to get this and take it to a tiebreaker. Far North don't really want to have to play a tiebreak. Oh, still lots of room in here.
Have another go, Pam.
Yep.
I feel like it's so important that she draws the shot, because then it means Mike only has to get 1 out of 2.
It looks tight, doesn't it? Oh, everything.
Yeah, should be disappointed with that one.
Yeah.
And a bit of work to do for Mike now for the Plymouton Tigers. And during that time, of course, Sam Allison will be endeavouring to get
All right.
close.
I need a better one now.
Well, he's drawn a couple of beauties coming this way. Mike Evans, they skip for Plymouton. And there's plenty of room for him here. Also plenty of room for this man, Sam Allison, to secure the win in this game between Far North RSA and Plymouton Tigers.
On his back end. So
he's been standing down there telling his other team members to just get around that shorter blue ball and just put one in here, and he's played this perfectly.
Beautiful shot. That's a good bowl.
That's
so
good.
It's not even, they don't mind if they drop a 1, the Far North RSA. They just don't want to drop a 2. If they drop a 1, it's no worries. And that means that Mike has to put 2 bowls within a couple of feet of the jack. So this bowl, so important, this first bowl here. Not sure, John.
Doesn't look to have the weight, does it? No. He didn't look unhappy with it when it left his hand, but that was mainly to do with the line, which was good.
Now he may have to find
good 2 metres, eh?
Might have to find another shot to play because the draw for 1 isn't going to do anything. So Mike will have to find a way to try and score 2 points. Which is why Anne's switching Sam's hand. So there's a chance that Mike could trail the jack on the other side. Back
Playing
for
the
2.
other hand, I think, yeah.
That's why Anne's called that shot there, just to cover it. That bowl at 6 o'clock, John, with the black stickers.
Yeah.
If Mike plays to our left as we see it, trails the jack back to the 6 o'clock mark. That'd be 2 shots for the Plymouton Tigers. Is this going to block it? Not quite that shot. That's all I can see.
Still there. Yep, but
Oh.
between those two white bowls that are
Did a couple, I've got to go
north
through
of the
there.
jack as
Back
we
with
look
it.
at it,
Yeah,
and
to
pull the
6
jack
o'clock.
back to this red one that we can just see at the bottom.
That's all that's on.
Got to stay. But also, I think that's one of theirs over by the ditch, isn't it, as well? So if he plays with weight, just where Rowan Cuff and Pam Mulford are standing now, that's theirs as well.
Yeah, he'll overplay it rather
Yeah.
than underplay.
Yeah,
You think,
yeah.
to give it a little bit more oomph rather
And who
than
knows
less.
if whatever he hits, it might just produce something, as we've seen
Precisely.
in lots of bowls matches.
Plymouth and Tigers here. This is the last bowl to decide whether we go to a tie break or whether it's a win to the Far North RSA in this match.
He's not going to be short. And
He's got short bowls to use. He's not going to get back it in time though, John.
No, just a bit wide. And so the victory goes the way of Far North RSA. I think they probably had a couple on that end. I'm not sure, but certainly one. And so this match ends. Far North RSA, that's Anne Lomas, Peter Doreen and Sam Allison, beating the Plympton Tigers combination of Rowan Cuff, Pam Mulford and Mike Evans. Victory to this team here from the Far North RSA. Some highlights of this, and then we will stand by for our fourth and final match of the day.
Didn't play well enough, did we? We didn't play well enough.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
We're about to start the last of our games today here on this live coverage from the Summerset Bowls3Five National Interclub Finals. And on the TV rink at the moment, as you can see up in the top left-hand corner, it's Stoke Thunder and a West End Wombats. So the Stoke Thunder team representing the Nelson area, John and Mary Orbell and Ethel Campbell. And for the West End Wombats, they're the Taranaki champions, Steve Walker, John Garrett and Margie Davis. So I'm John Macbeth, and again joined by Alex Reid, and we're on this same rink, Alex, and already we can see just that feeling of the way as players get in their first couple of bowls on the first end. But this will be an interesting game, I think.
Yeah, it should be, and it's interesting. The Stoke Thunder, very well known team brand or team name. They played on the televised Bowls3Five, but these three players, whilst very well known in Nelson and have had a lot of success there, this will be their first little taste of Bowls3Five at this level, and good to see them out and about.
Yeah. Well, you think about Stoke Thunder, and when we watched it on those early Bowls3Five championships, there were the likes of, well, Jimmy Pugh, of course. We have to throw him in there because he'll be watching, without doubt. But Shannon McElroy, also a whole lot of big names of New Zealand bowls, really. And I just chatted to this crew, Mary and John and Ethel, and I said, so it's not the team I expected. They said, well, you know, but we won. We beat all the others. We beat those around the Nelson area. We won our centre. You know, we're really rapt that we've done this. And he said, and it's quite good, other names up there, other than those recognised by most of the bowling fraternity.
Yeah, fair enough too. If you won your way through, may as well. And I'm sure they're enjoying the experience. Of course, each team plays 8 games of section play. If they win 5, they qualify. I see Margie Davis from the West End Club in Taranaki.
I said to her, have you been playing long? And she said, I thought she said since Christmas, but she said, oh, a few Christmases. So they've been playing a while, these guys, and I don't think they'll be fazed by this at all. Although when John Orbell was given the microphone, they all muttered to each other about the fact that, oh, we'll have to be careful what we say, I suppose.
Now, we don't have a profanity buzzer yet at the Bowls New Zealand studio. See the
That's
white
Mary
stick
Orbell.
Bowls.
Yep. Yeah.
One hand, Johnny, up to you. Got one.
Johnny being Johnny Garrett here, the 2 for West End.
Yeah, good effort here, mate.
Well-known bowler in Taranaki region.
Top bowl, Johnny.
Always right at the pointy end of the Taranaki Open as well, the Taranaki Open fours.
Yep, she picked it, didn't she? Mary Orbell immediately said, I need to be wider than that. Good weight, not bad weight at all, really. So, is that her second?
Stay there, got one in a bit.
Yep. Let's watch John Orbell's face as he comes back. I said to him, I don't want to hear you say, if you want to ride home, you'd better...
That'll come later.
Yeah, that'll come later.
John on his forehand side. Such a fast game, this Bowls3Five. 2 sets of 5 ends. Is it a grimace or a smile?
I think we'll find out. Might. Oh, that's a grimace. He went down and said to his wife, "You've got to take some green on that hand, Mary." And of course he didn't. And she'll be saying, "You told me you had to take."
So on and so forth.
Yeah. So I've got second shot there now.
Oh, that's a nice smooth delivery there from Steve Walker, the West End Wombats. I wonder why they called the Wombats. It's not, none of them are marsupial-like. Oh. 2, I think. Maybe more.
I think 2. I think the previous bowl from Orbell just got that little... Oh, now, what did that indicate? I don't think he should be too worried about this. He thought he was too wide, but I don't think that's too wide for him at all. He comes in under that. It wasn't too bad, really, was it? Yeah.
It was beautiful, certainly beautiful green. Steve Walker again. Steering this one down.
So I think that's 2. The orange one. Oh no, Mary's orange one will be the second shot. Oh.
Going on.
3. 3 it is. Oh gosh.
Good start for the West End team there.
Yep. So Mary's using the green bowls. It's Margie who's using the orange ones, and we'll see that in a moment. Here she goes. Nice bright orange. She's got the orange, and Mary Orbell playing at 2 for Stoke has the green ones.
Best lollipop girl ever.
Margie on the backhand. Very deliberate delivery.
Yeah.
Sort of almost in slow motion, isn't it?
Good effort, Margie.
West End club with a long and proud history, of course, in the Taranaki region. Wonderful club rooms too, and you walk through and there's pictures of sort of the development of the club over the years.
Ethel Campbell, I looked at his bowls. Remember, we had a set of similar coloured bowls and they were called Harlequin.
Yes.
He said, "Oh, I think these are marshmallow," because there's all these little bits and pieces of colour in there.
So someone somewhere in the bowls wheel's been having a lot of fun inventing names for us to say for the colours of the bowl. The pink marshmallows are the nicest ones, though, aren't they? If you have to pick. That'd be a challenge to turn the bowl into a s'more. I don't think that would work very well.
She certainly tightened the green up a wee bit here, has she?
Good line here, Margie.
A good line here, he says. That's good. Steve Walker thinks she's on target.
How's your weight, though?
Just out.
Ooh. John will get told off for walking across in front of the opposition skip when the bowl hadn't quite ended.
It's just a static delivery, isn't it, that Ethel uses?
Yep, no step forward. All the weight change comes from the shoulder, really. Or, in fact, if there is a weight change, you would say no.
Side the hand, Johnny. They're a good 1.5 meters short. Don't matter, up to you. You choose.
And you can say that to someone with the experience of John Garrett, can't you? You choose. I don't mind. Just want one up here.
Absolutely. Plays a good
Gotta
ball.
miss them.
But I missed them, he says. How's the... Well, I think he was a bit short there, actually, John. I think if you look at it, he only made it a bowl past those marshmallow bowls at 11 o'clock.
Well, it's 4 in a line there, isn't it? Going across, all about a metre short. Or more. Here we
See
go.
Mary on her forehand.
Around this one, it's a good bowl.
We have to tackle it, Johnny.
Oh, and he does too, just tackles it. It was unfortunate because that was on a perfect weight, lovely line. But she's moved it enough, so if she retains that same accurate line, she'll be in there next time. Garrett needing to add a couple of metres to his weight. Oh, the orange might tackle that, but it's his bowl.
I'll have a decent look at it.
So Mary Orbell here has won 5 Nelson titles from 2014 to 2020. And the Open Triples, Open Fours, Club Triples and Open Mixed Pairs with John.
Yep.
So certainly...
She said they came from another club to Stoke about a few years ago, like I'm not sure. And I said I'd never heard of the club. It was up the valley, she said, from Stoke. So, and she said it's just a small club now, and I wish I could remember what it was called. Someone will let us know. So there we go. Yeah.
That's good. That's in front of me on my screen.
Oh, is it? Oh, good.
The Naenae Bowling Club.
Yeah. Well, that's one I haven't been to.
Down to that. Next one could be 2 down, I think. I'm not sure.
Lovely little track there for someone to get around those short bowls and just sit on the jack. And will it be Steve Walker or will it be John Orbell? Walker has the first opportunity. Goes the forehand. He saw what Mary Orbell was capable of doing. Almost played the perfect bowl. And he's just looking at that same line. It's not a bad line either. Gets around that dark bowl. He'll be in there. No. So they're all... It's interesting, Alex. Look at that. How many is that? 6 bowls that are 7 bowls. 6 bowls that are short by a decent margin.
Sort of all in the same space as well, those shorter bowls.
Well, if he gets through this hole, he's well positioned. Oh, no. Nothing's getting through.
Just got to beat the green one. Yeah.
Played this one well. Just got to beat the green one, he said. And that'll do it.
Shot.
Yeah. Oh, he might just knock up one of the oppositions here, will he?
Close here, get onto that.
Or is
One's
it
he going
his?
to
That's
get?
his? Oh, hard luck.
Oh, all those bowls, just that agonising amount short of the head. That one to West End. Sort of a steady-ish start. on the forehand. I think West End, John, one of the clubs, there's three, I think there's 3 West End clubs in New Zealand. There's a few with the name.
Yes.
One across the road or just down the road from Ponsonby Bowling Club, one in Timaru.
Yep.
And one in Taranaki. That's a popular name for a bowling club. Wait for this bowl to come back.
Yep, still there, Margie. Not too far away.
Just looking at the couple there at the bench for you, Alex, who are clearly sitting there so they can be seen on the screen, and they know there's a slight delay, so they turn around to see if when they appear on TV.
Fantastic.
Wow, look at that. That's a long way up. So the orange ball from Margie Davis leading for West End, who are up by 4-0. It's a good 3 or 4 paces short. Here we go now for the marshmallow second bowl of Athol Campbell.
Don't think Athol liked that. We saw an arm movement. Doesn't look too bad to me, John.
Well, he might have 2 shots after this.
Yeah, horrible stuff. Look at that.
Yeah.
Couple down, Johnny, either hand.
Marshmallow bowls.
Up to you.
See the woman standing to the right there with the. She's got the lollipops. It's Samantha or Sam Sweeney, who last weekend on the Kapiti Coast, Alex, we had a Champion of Champions finals day, and she's a newcomer to the Paikakariki Bowling Club, and she played in the final of the singles, women's singles, against a woman by the name of Audrey Stevenson. Now, on the weekend, Audrey Stevenson won the singles, which was her 60th centre title, and then she skipped the triple to a title as well for a bowling club that's very close to my heart, for Raumati, and won her 61st centre title. So that's a pretty impressive record, and I know there's lots of people who've bowled more than that, won more titles than that, but gosh, getting 1 centre title is a big thrill for most people, but to get up and get 60, or in some cases some people have got 70 centre titles. So, but going back to Sam Sweeney, as a young player, she's got an enormous potential, and I think she would have learned a lot in that game, and she's really enthusiastic, and we think she's got a good future. So we've got 1 ball inside the circle.
Sort of 2 feet radius from the jack. Mary Orbell here on her forehand.
So that flick of the wrist probably doesn't help, and when you're trying to put a bit of width to your bowl, or add a bit of green.
Yeah, it just sort of adds. You can sometimes add an extra thing to worry about.
Yeah. So that match next door, the mat's been dragged out a wee bit. We haven't seen much movement of the mat, have we, in any of the games here? They've tended to be sort of in between the circle and the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Yes, you say we've seen an extremely small amount of change, I suppose, for something that you can move quite a lot if you so wish.
Under the green.
Yeah, Steve, a little feather. Oh,
yeah.
That nearly went brilliantly for him. Not quite. Came out a bit better there from John. Still on the narrow side, that hand. It does not reward being tight. We'll see this bowl just swoop away. Like it was close, but always just on that little tight side, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just look at the reward if he could pull the jack back. He just wants something in, or draw a second shot would be good, but get something in amongst those white ones. No, not quite. Yep, it's 2 shots, I think.
John just taking his time.
He's giving it a wee bit more green. It mightn't be a mile away, is it? A bit too much. Yeah, look at it. Yeah. Come in for second shot though, will it?
Haven't quite got started the Stoke Thunder, have they?
No.
In this game yet.
2.
2, yes.
2.
It's going to be
Is.
6 after 3 ends.
Did we use? Did we plonk that one there?
To the West End Wombats. And it's all sort of all systems as per normal for as far as they'll be concerned. Stoke Thunder will be looking for something to change here. And I do wonder if they do get the jack, John, whether they will change the length of the mat.
That's an option for sure. Here we see this very deliberate delivery from Marky Davis, leading for this West End Wombats team, up by 6-0. This is the 4th end.
Line's good, Margie.
Just really need Mary Orbell to put a bit of pressure on here.
Swooping across that little bit.
So there, the skips are talking about those. One said, Steve Walker said, yeah, nice line. Unsaid was, you're short. The other one was, great weight, but so you just got to get it in the middle, don't you? So,
certainly is left in the unsaid bit, isn't it?
Yep. Here we go. This is better.
Here, Margie. Well played. Very good. Top
Great shot. Look at that. Beautiful.
So here's Ethel with his second. Well, he certainly added green to it, didn't he? So, and that's a better position for it. If it comes in from here, that's good. Second shot. Yep.
Yep. You beat the last, you count.
Back door.
Just underneath. His weight was good. Interesting. You're sort of waiting for this game to take off, John.
Yeah.
There's been no shot play really. Mary on the forehand.
She's given herself a chance. See the opposition skip start to applaud. He knows it's not going to be a mile away.
Good shot, and because it's low of the head, that's helpful too. It gives a bowl to use.
More or less level. You beat that, you're in. One way of doing it, yep.
One way of doing it, I like that. Mary doesn't need to make much of a correction. She can add a bit of weight because she's got that bowl now that's short of the jack.
Oh, could have been a bit of trouble here, I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking, might. Oh, he's just going to miss that. She's just going to miss that. That's a very good position for that bowl, though.
No, it was a well played shot.
Yep, yep. Well, John Orbell will be walking down there with some words from Vince Roper, his coach, the coach who's involved in Nelson region and Stoke in particular. He'll be saying, well, what would Vincent tell me to play this shot now? Can I?
Try and beat that. Split those two bowls up. That's where the danger is.
They're quite well positioned over the jack, aren't they, Alex? Those white bowls. We see the one to the marshmallow one to the left, green one, and at least one of the green ones is over the jack. The other looks to be just shy, which is handy to use.
So Steve Walker here, the West End skip. On the back end, holding 2.
Yep.
Maybe 3 in a second.
Yep.
How's he going to change it though, John? Is it for the better or the worse? Well, it's better. It's a great shot. And that sort of grimacy smile seems to happen every time. Oh, I'm not sure how the green is, John.
No.
Just under the line.
Still got to get back, eh? Yeah.
Six 0. So if Stoke don't score here, this is only the fourth end. Let's see, unless they go. Oh, there we go. That's there we are. Use that. Bit wider. That's all he needed, wasn't it? A slight bit of width, but more green.
See if he can put it into practice here on the forehand. It's the penultimate end of this first set. Half a chance. When's it going to turn? I think it might take too long.
Yeah. Three,
I think.
3. So fourth end gone. 3-2 West End, and that's 9-0 to them after the fourth end. So that's first set completed. Or do they play this one out? Do they, Alex?
They don't have to play it out
No.
if it's impossible, but it's possible to.
It's 3-8.
No, it was 9-0.
Well, it's not possible to draw, so they should go straight to set 2.
Yep.
I think that's what Steve Sargent was saying.
Yep.
They shouldn't even leave playing this end now because they should have called their power play. Can't hit.
Starts off on the forehand, that wider hand, which, as we've said often, if you give it some green, you'll get the rewards.
Thank you. Yep.
So this is the start of the second set.
Yes, yep, we're into set 2
Yep.
now because technically you could have scored 12 points. So had Stoke Thunder gone it, we're going to get a 6 this end or a 5 this end and put a power play in. They could have opted to play the last end of the first set, but they didn't play the power play, which meant it was mathematically impossible. And on to the second set we went.
It's us here.
And the Stoke Thunder will be hoping for a happier second set.
Yep. So Ethel Campbell gets the first one, and he's got the shot at the moment. Some encouragement coming from Mary, his number 2.
good line here, Margie. Just might need a stop, I think.
Margie just passing through.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I thought that was narrow all the way. And if she'd have been slightly wider, she would have picked up the jack. So I don't know. That side seemed to be taking quite a bit more green than that. But she knows her bowls better than I do.
Good bowl here.
Ethel. Look at this. Onto the jack. Yeah, good shot. The Stoke Thunder with new life in the second set. Remember, 2 power plays to come as well from these teams. So it should be an exciting 5 ends of bowls.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Good luck trying to mark that coloured bowl with a bit of chalk.
One down, it's all right.
On the back end here.
That might be a second shot, is it there? It's coming in.
Couple
nicely.
down, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's a bowl he'd rather forget there from John. And the Stoke Thunder with a good opportunity to start off the scoring on this, well, to start off the scoring for the game, really, because they didn't score in the first set. It sounds worse than it is because it was only 4 ends. Really.
Yeah, that's right. But unfortunately, they weren't really in any position in any of those ends, I don't think, to score. Alex just weren't quite nailing it. It's a bit shy for Mary Orbell. She'll be annoyed at that because she was so close with the first.
I think we did just see the Stoke Thunder struggle a little, and it sort of coincided with the West End Wombats playing some really solid bowls, so it never looked... what's happening here? Oh, they've got a second jack. Never looked like the West End team were going to lose that first set, but it's a different game now. I think the jack might have been delivered. There's a jack at each end, John.
Yeah.
So I think that was what was happening there.
What we're seeing here, Alex, for people who are just tuning into this is called Bowls3Five for obvious reasons, and they have a lot of clubs now are using this format, aren't they, for their business house type bowls and other competitions where they invite members of the public in, and it's an easily understood, but more importantly, a quick game. So for an hour after work, you can get in a couple of sets and have a really good competition. And it's not an old system, is it? But it hasn't been used. It hasn't been all that popular or frequently used, apart from in the last half dozen years in New Zealand, I think. And it was the Bowls3Five competition that was on Sky. Gosh, when was it? 5 or 6 years ago? That really started the interest in this, and it's working well.
Yeah, it's been good. It's called the Twilight Bowls3Five format used by clubs. There's hundreds of clubs now who use that, and it is nice and fast, and you can do whatever you want, really. It's just the general concept of having 5 ends or 10 ends, and then there's a power play thrown in there for good measure sometimes, so it's whatever works, but just to keep it nice and quick and fun. And it's been great to see it sort of taken up around the country.
And once non-bowlers have played it once or twice, they soon get into the swing of it. They know how to organise it. They just get up and do it themselves. It's really good. Well, this is interesting. Now we've got 4 bowls. Look at 4 shots possibly, 3 maybe now, but nothing close. And so there's an excellent opportunity here for John Orbell to make this a stunning start to the second set. Here he goes.
I'll be thinking, why didn't we play our power play on the first end of the second set here? The Stoke Thunder, but he got a clear run. He's got that one square.
Yeah, that's good. That's
Well,
another
that'll
shot.
do.
So I
Good
think that's
shot.
4, isn't it?
Five.
Maybe.
A 5 on the first end
And-
of set 2.
And
That end looks like a bit like opening day, doesn't it?
This is incredible
Yeah.
scenes.
3 or 4, probably. Same old story,
1,
eh?
2,
Story
3.
of the competition
get down and measure, Mary. Go on, claim another one.
after the second set.
Yeah.
3.5.
Yeah. I
What a
think so.
start to the second set from the Stoke Thunder. That came out of nowhere, and that's what happens in this format because it's so short. The West End Wombats are 4 good ends, never looked like really not scoring. They've blinked, John, and they're about to drop a bundle here on this first end
Yep, another
of
one.
this first set.
Oh, no,
They
it
haven't
wasn't.
hit
It was just a 3.
Oh, well, that
3,
didn't
yeah,
quite
they
do it.
measured for 4. Gosh, well, still, that is a bundle. And imagine if they had used their power play. Suddenly 6-0 up after the first end. But 3 it is. So Stoke Thunder not only take the lead, they score for the first time in the match.
And where's the mat going? It's up a little bit, so slightly shorter, but not dramatically so.
It's a static stance, really, from Ethel Campbell. Gets his feet set and doesn't move them out when he's swinging.
The bowl.
Yeah. That's another different style there, Alex, isn't it? Taking a step forward, but with your arms still behind and standing there and then letting it go. So you see different styles from all sorts of people. And it's
Still good. It's only
while
couple
there's
of
coaching, it's never the intention of coaches to coach out of people what they're comfortable with. If it works, it works.
Absolutely. As long as you do the same thing every time, it doesn't
Yep.
really matter.
Yep. Not a mile away either, is he? But the second one. We touch there, be good. Oh, hard luck. That would have been lovely if he just managed to touch that, but still that's the 2 metre
Stay there, Margie.
mark covered.
Margie staying on the backhand. One of a number of sisters who play indoor and outdoor bowls in the Taranaki region, John. There's a whole lot of them. And there was a, at the Indoor Bowls Nationals, they have like a wacky Wednesday where you dress up for the triples.
Yep.
And the family on the start of the Wednesday, I mean, no one knew it was happening, but the hall controllers did. Everything went quiet. We'll just watch Margie's bowl.
Yeah, great bowl.
Look at that. And they'd all dressed up as dominoes, John. There was about maybe 15 to 20 of the family and friends all
Wow.
dressed up as dominoes, and they marched onto the hall, and then they fell over sort of into each other, and the last one delivered the jack.
Oh.
What a great idea that was. It was so popular they were asked for a repeat performance in the afternoon. So
But they're all bruised. Gee, look at this. Come in, spinner. Here we go. Not quite. Top
Stay there,
effort
Johnny.
there from Mary
That
Orbell.
bowl's more or less just high. Any movement's good. Wake's real good.
Well, she had the weight change, but Just was far too narrow for the shot. So still that orange bowl there from Margie Davis, holding shot for the West End Wombats.
John on his backhand. He'll be happy enough for that. So you see West End's got the 2 bowls at 6 o'clock, the orange one and the black one, and the bowl on the jack. So reasonably well set up here, really.
Starting to get just a little bit darker outside. I'm just checking to see what the time. Oh, 5 o'clock. Okay. We might like this. He might like this.
Oh, try. And it's set down. Talking about dominoes.
Yes. Almost squirted it enough over to Ethel Campbell's marshmallow bowl. Here goes Steve Walker skipping this West End Wombats. Down by 3-0 playing the second end. Oh. Hold all tickets here.
Look at this. He's found the gap, but got the jack out the side. Interesting.
So, yep. So that shot to Stoke Thunder with 1 to play from him. John Orbell letters.
I can't tell if he likes.
No. Well, he should like this one, I think, unless he runs the jack back to the opposition. But he's just going to sit on that and make it 2.
Good shot.
Yeah, nice. Okay, Steve.
Incredible how this game just feels like it's turned around on a dime, John. The first set looked all West End Wombats, and this set, well, it's looking at the moment like it's all Stoke Thunder. Of course, the bowl in the hand of Steve Walker might have something to say about that. Is he asking if he can hit it? Don't take us out, he says.
Yeah, that's it. And and they've got 1 bowl at the back, haven't they? Steve Walker's got, I just see one of Garrett's bowls, or maybe his purpley one. Let's see what he does with this. Just trying to draw it dead.
This could be a huge bowl in the context of the game if he has the weight right. Or slightly overplaying that one, John. So it's going to be another number to the Stoke Thunder. This game just absolutely turned around, and let's keep our eyes peeled because we're nearing power play territory as well for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I'm just looking to... Oh, yes, they're playing it now. I can just see... Yep, it is. Power play for West End.
Thank you, John.
He's just saying... They told us we had to wave the flag about, so that the yellow card about, so that people knew. So we know now. So now it's a big task for Ethel Campbell to put something really close and ensure that West End Wombats don't score big numbers. Oh, and I think he's gone all right, hasn't he? Let's see. Just can't quite see now. Not bad. So a good first bowl here from Ethel Campbell. What a turnaround, eh? 9-0 down, then suddenly 5-0 up.
I believe that in their previous game, West End won the first set 6-0 or 6-1 against Belfast Bowling Club, and then were defeated 1-8, and then got over the line in the tiebreaker. So I wonder if they're thinking, oh, deja vu's happening here.
Yeah. wonder to myself as he stands there, have I got enough weight on this? Oh, am I going to get there? Oh, I quite like this one actually. If I'm over, that's good, but if I park on it, that's even better.
Look at
And
that.
I'm parking on it.
Marshmallow.
Yep.
Great shot. I think that's something we've lost, John, is the, do people toast marshmallows often anymore? Is that something that's done?
I've never done it, and but I know I had friends who did it all the time, but I don't know if they do now.
Well, no one has you don't have fireplaces, and, well, I don't go camping.
No. You've got
you wait
time
till
anyway.
the fire burns right down, you toast a marshmallow.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hard luck.
Just about.
Okay, Mary, this is your chance now. Just put one in and make this really awkward for the opposition on the power play. Yeah, bring it down on your backhand. That's it. Do what you're told, says John. Good line. Is she going to be up here, though? Not bad. A nuisance bowl, too, I think.
John Garrett on the forehand.
Doesn't want to use that green bowl of Mary's, otherwise Mary will be really annoyed. Now she needs to get something up there, doesn't she, really? Something over would be quite handy. Won't be short, that's for sure. Ooh,
Oh,
he's narrow. Hold all tickets here. Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Well, that could have gone better, John.
Yep. Yep.
Unbelievable how this game's just turned around, and all kudos to the Stoke Thunder. They didn't really, they just didn't look like they were in it for the first set, but they've turned it right around.
Yep, a 3 and a 2, and now they're holding 4 as the skips come down to play their 2. So Steve Walker, I can't hear what he's saying, but you might be able to, Alex, but I'm sure it was nothing untoward, because he was just saying, I've got to get up there. I've got to have a go at it. We've got the back bowl. Have we got the 2 metre? We haven't got the 2 metre, have we? No.
On the back end.
Where's he going with this, Alex? What do you think? Just going to be up there, doesn't he?
I think so. I think you just look to be there or thereabouts and go, there you go.
Yeah.
So what you've got to offer, they're on a good run of form here, the Stoke Thunder.
Yeah. Because
Nice.
Walker's going to have a go at that the shot bowl probably, but look
Yeah,
at this.
it's a
This
nice
is a good
head.
place. Yeah.
Clean
Yep,
run,
that's good.
that's fine to
That's
the 2
good.
metre.
Yeah.
That's a really nice hit here for the Stoke Thunder, and lots of
Yeah.
work to do for Walker on their tie break. So if he can get one, it's 2, remember, it's double points.
Ideally, he'd get the shot and that bowl on the 2 metre.
He's close
He's
though.
got the bowl.
He's close to a result. So he's killed it.
Well, he's still
Somehow
2 down.
removed one of his own shots. And the jack on the 2 metre mark.
Yep. He'd be 2 down, I think, at the moment. So John Orbell doesn't need to change anything, doesn't he? Look where his last bowl finished up. right on the
Yes,
2
go.
metre.
How's your memory, John?
Yeah.
He's switching to the forehand. Came out nice, though.
Yep, good green.
Wellington's bowled a hold just a little bit.
Gosh, that's going to be all right too, isn't it? Move it away from that other shot. That's
Following
good. So
it.
that's
Good shot.
probably still only 2 now. That's taken the green one out of the measure, I would say. But who's got the 2 metre? They still must be Stoke with the 2 metre mark covered.
Just going to have a go at it.
Yeah.
Just going
hope.
straight for the jack here, Steve.
Yep. Take both.
Let's call that. Sorry, looked like he was winding up though, didn't he, with his arm?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
you might,
the green.
might wish he had.
Yeah, interesting. The green.
Oh, that's another shot.
Oh,
another
I
2
feel
shots.
Like,
oh,
I
gosh.
feel like a tiebreaker's in our future, John.
Yeah, that might be 4 now.
Such an unusual game this has been. They haven't changed the length. There's no real
3.
reason for the switch around.
4, 5.
Could be.
Yeah. That couldn't have ended up worse for. Well, it could have.
3.
Oh, no, only 3.
3.
Not only 3, but a 3. It looked potentially like a 4 or 5. So 8 now, and that was the power play for the West End Wombats.
Here we go, and now the power play for the Stoke Thunder.
Hadn't they played
They're
it?
trying to
Didn't they
finish
play it in
this.
the previous set?
Oh, they
Did
did.
they? No. Did they?
Yes.
No, can't have.
No,
No,
they
I'm
did.
thinking about a previous game, am I?
No.
They did play it?
Yeah, so they can't. They just she's just flapping around the yellow card because they tried to play it in the first set. Oh, it is another game.
Was
Oh,
it?
I'm
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
tired.
Here we
I
are
need
sitting here
coffee.
watching so much bowls. And I thought, funnily enough, because I put a little asterisk next to that
Yeah.
fourth end in the previous
Yeah.
match.
I
but
knew I needed another cup of tea
Yeah.
to get myself through this.
Yeah.
So sorry, folks. Here, so the the Stoke Thunder are playing their power play by all intents and purposes, and that's
that was
just to finish
Plimerton.
off
It
that one.
was Plimerton played theirs in the first set when they were well down.
I'm glad you and I were both confused.
Oh, well,
Confused together.
it's not good for you, Alex, if you're as confused as I am. Here we go. Orange bowl comes down. Margie Davis down by 8-0, playing the fourth end.
Just an unusual game of bowls. We saw a 9-0 first set to the West End Wombats, 8-0 at the moment on the fourth end of the second set to the Stoke Thunder, and we feel like you're hurling towards a tiebreaker here. You'd have to say you'd back the Stoke Thunder to take the tiebreaker based on momentum, wouldn't you, John?
Yes. They might maybe introduce a rule that says you could save your PowerPoint for the tiebreaker if you like.
Imagine. That would be exciting.
That's a shot there to Marshmallow, Ethel Campbell. It's still a good metre for in which for Margie Davis to play a shot. It's far too narrow with a first. Hands behind her back as she watches it tracking him well. Around those white ones or marshmallow ones. Perfect weight.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at that.
lovely.
Great shot. Mary on the forehand side. She's playing
Wow.
with a bit of weight, so it should hold.
Yeah, it is. It's going to sit the shot out.
Good bowl. That's classy stuff there.
Wry smile from Steve Walker. He's thinking, what do I do now? We look like we're heading towards a tiebreaker. But this is only the fourth end. John Garrett puts that shot back. What do you think about this, Alex?
I think it's not far away, John.
Oh,
And it
gosh.
wasn't.
Hey.
Just remembering, if it's mathematically impossible, it goes to a tiebreak. So West End realistically has to score. Well, 2 here's fine, because if they drew, they would win the game.
Same line again. Same weight again. Same bowl again. All right, pretty good. So that's a couple for them there. So that means it's 4. So John Orbell goes down to the mat. He'll play the first bowl. And he wants to ensure that he's not ending up something like 8-all after this, with the fact that West End Wombats are playing their power play right now. And holding 2. Or is it 1?
From that angle, it looks like
it's certainly 2, isn't it?
2. Yeah. John will give us an indication. Potentially. See, it's getting dark outside now.
He can't tell. Okay, so that white one that's short is closer than what it appears.
I think for the interest sake, we'll call it 2 and say that there's option for a 3 here for the West End team to keep this set alive. Don't want to go into a tie break just yet. On the back end here from the Stoke Thunder skip on the tight side. And Steve Walker with a real opportunity here to make this a 3 if it's not already, John. Just move the jack back a foot.
Yep.
Nice out of his hand.
Thanks, mate.
Needs it just to run out a little bit. Oh, good try.
Yeah. Well, I think it's still a measure for second, but it may well be 2, which would take it up to 8-4, unless this man can put one right on there and force Steve Walker to play a blinder. Just a bit heavy, is he?
Oh, it's trying to come back. It's trying to come back into the back.
Yeah, well, he's taken the measure out, that's for sure.
He's cut it down. So as it sits, we're going to a tie break, unless Steve Walker can draw a second shot. We'll go to a tie break here. Has he done it? He's got 2 claps from John.
It's heavy, is he? Just a bit heavy. Just a bit heavy.
He's trying to pull. He's pulled up.
He's done it. Oh, he has. So that's a 2, which means a 4 using the power play. So we go into the last end at 8-4.
Right, that's tie break now. Oh no, 1 more to go.
No, it was the power play for the Stoke Thunder. So 8-2.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Thank goodness you're thinking clearly. Colin was almost thinking clearly.
I had a sip from my cup of tea, and I'm all back on all 4 cylinders.
8-2.
All 3 cylinders. So West End needs a 6 here, and if they get a 6, they win the game, and if they don't get a 6, we go to a tie break. So this first bowl, super duper important, and you sort of want all of your bowls to be past the head when you're chasing the 6, John, because very rarely does the jack go back up the rink, but sometimes it does go back. So this first bowl here, the idea will be to be at the 6 o'clock mark, maybe a foot past the
Oh,
jack.
Margie, well done.
She heard you.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Or that.
that'll do too. If you're going to miss a bowl short. You're fine.
You're going well, fella.
Two good lead
bowl.
bowls, eh? Yeah, very good.
Good marshmallow bowl there from Ethel. It's sort of about clumping your bowls together when you're trying to look for those 6 points. So I'll give it a go. As we see Barry Morrison in the background there, I think, the manager of the Naenae Bowling Club. And this bowl here, be ideally for West End, clumped near the other orange one. So if it can just stop now, but look at that, just run away on that swinging hand. And that immediately makes the 6 really challenging because those two bowls are separated by quite some distance.
You never know with Ethel. It's very serious demeanour when he bowls. But these are two very good bowls. I mean, for a team that doesn't want to concede a 6, you made it very difficult for the opposition to, in fact, get that many.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. A good way of starting off, to be fair.
Yeah.
John Garrett. So West End, the job of them, the first 4 bowls, you just want them to be close or past the head, there or thereabouts, and then your skip can find the bowls to take off. And again, with that bowl being a bit short, it just makes it harder and harder to find where you're going to, or how you're even going to score your 6 points. And Stoke will just keep plugging away too. So
yeah.
I'd be pretty confident in calling a tiebreaker happening here, John.
Oh, without doubt. And John Garrett was really annoyed with that last bowl of his, so too his skip, because he had such a nice line to be inside or flick out those 2 white bowls and, you know, make it a sort of the equation a bit better. Oh, where did Mary's go? Short, was it?
Here's John on his forehand now. And on the wide side, and if that's out, you may as well just move straight on to the tie break.
Yeah. She's narrow enough to take out the shot bowl if she gets up there.
Not quite the weight, I think.
No.
Yeah,
that's those are the sort of bowls that really annoy a bowler, aren't they? If you've bowled that thing and you know you need to put a couple of metres on and you don't, you just sort of almost get angry with yourself, don't you?
Yeah, particularly when your line's good, because you're only missing one of the things that you need for a good bowl, and it's the weight. And you know your line's good. It's like, well, if I just pushed it, I'd be okay.
Well, it's been a long day for them, for all these players. It's now, I don't know, after 5 o'clock, isn't it? So they started relatively early. 5:30 here at the moment. So another 2 days of this if you qualify.
Great festival of bowls here at the Naenae Bowling Club. Fabulous facility. As they play, essentially you get the feeling the players are playing this end out without much thought. Just making sure the bowls are down that end, and then we'll see either the toss of a coin or the rolling of a bowl to decide which team leads off in the tie-break end.
And that's where you hope you win the toss, don't you? So you get the last bowl.
Yes, absolutely. See this last bowl here. Oh, Steve Walker's.
What I'd like to see now, Alex, is for John to have a go at that orange, because I've got, 4 seconds or something. Just in case, for the next end, that might be the crucial bowl. Needs a bit of weight on it. So let's see if he does have a wee go. Is he lining up for it? That's gettable.
Back end.
No. Oh, but there was a great track to draw the shot if he'd had the weight.
Yeah.
So they get one shot there, and it ends up being 8-3, and we go into a tiebreaker. This is the last of our live matches here today. The final round is, pretty much all the other rinks are empty at the moment, so the games have been completed. This is Stoke Thunder against West End Wombats. Stoke Thunder representing Nelson, West End Wombats Taranaki, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we saw Stoke Thunder won the toss there and have sent West End Wombats into bat on this final end, on this first day of our coverage, our broadcast coverage of this Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub. And what more could you ask for? It's been a seesawing game, like a roller coaster really. 9-0 to the West End Wombats in set 1, 8-3 to Stoke Thunder in set 2, and now to find a winner, a tiebreak.
Now, the entire West End Wombats team is hoping that their lead can just put one right on the jack and then say, righto, now you're chasing us.
Yeah, got lots of internal monologue going on, I would imagine, eh?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is very good.
Just about in the lines, so close enough to have to be a hard bowl to beat.
Not bad.
Asking if she's got the shot.
Here we go. Second one, last bowl for Marky Davis. Looks a good track. Might even sit her own in, flick it in a wee bit, or flick the opposition in. No, flicks them back. So that's a good couple of bowls, good couple of orange bowls, holding a couple.
Yeah. Big bowl here for Athol Campbell.
He's been pretty steady, hasn't he?
He has been.
Yeah. Commentator's curse.
I'm sure they'll thank you for that later, John.
Oh, I know. He was just narrow all the way and looked light. Okay, John Garrett. He'll be saying to himself, I haven't done much today. It's about time I did. Cool.
Just that little bit short. Comes down to that one bowl in these situations, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the pressure mounts and mounts and mounts.
What hand is she going to play? Forehand? Yes, don't worry, Mary. You are down. That's all you need to know. It doesn't matter by how many. Just get one in there. Here she goes, forehand. Green bowl coming down. The white one there is her leads. Promising. Very promising as she gets up.
Beautiful
Oh,
green.
no. Well.
Oh, what she would have done for just 3 or 4 more rolls of that bowl.
Yes.
John now on his back end. It's a massive swinging hand. There's 3 bowls to rest on and push up. He's got one of them, I think, John. This is a good shot here. Well played.
Oh.
Unlucky, actually.
Didn't really
Well
change
played,
it,
though.
did he? No.
Just sliced off at the wrong angle. Plenty of room, Mary.
Don't think she'll be short this time. If she
She's
gets
got
around that
bowls
white
to
one, she's
use.
good. Even if she gets a flick on the green. Oh, no, it needed to hit one of those. She really, that's
Isn't it
all right.
incredible how a bowl can just find absolute fresh air, like pass all the way through her head, and just find nothing to rest on. She'll be pleased that at least she was past it, I think, John.
Yeah. So we've got the tie break. 4 bowls to go. There's the score up in your top left-hand corner. West End Wombats comfortable. 9-0 after only 4 ends. They didn't play the 5th. And then they managed to score a couple of 3 points in the latter stages of the second set, but were out of it. So 8-3 was the score in the second. Now it's the winner of this end that takes the victory. Steve Walker. Skip seeking that little hole between the black and the orange.
Clean run.
Oh,
That's a good
yeah.
shot.
It's not bad though for Stoke. That's something to sit on for John Orbell.
That smile or grimace or whatever you want to call it seems to do it just before he plays every bowl. And there he's let it go. The hand in the air.
Thinks he's wide, does he?
Oh, he's trying to turn, John. Has he got something square?
No. No.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh.
It's not like he was a million miles away there. You're talking half a bowl. And West End holding the win as it sits. It's going to come down to the last bowl, John. This is what we watch the game for. What a great first day it has been at this Summerset National Bowls3Five Interclub final.
He's going to get in the road, is he? Not quite.
Last bowl. What do you do?
Well, he plays that same hand, doesn't he? Walks down with a bowl on his hand. He comes down
How's
the
he gonna place
forehand.
it?
He sits the shot, which is, you can see it, that dark bowl to the right of the jack. He pushes up the green bowl of his wife or the white bowl of his lead. You know, there's all sorts of options, but sure, it's got to be this forehand, doesn't it?
I agree. If he wanted to be funny, I'd just place the bowl next to the jack if I was John. He's made it all the way up there. Just go there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Gosh, you don't often see that, eh? Most people just plonk the bowl back because it's always weighing in your hand. And
Right, so see what decision they make. I mean, from the player's end, I suppose it'd be tempting to hoof up on the back end, find that gap, but we've seen no aggression from John at any point.
no, and you know what I said at that last end, it would have been quite good to see him do it because right now, running the jack would be pretty impressive, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a shot that's on, but I think we'll see John just try and correct on his forehand side from his first bowl. It's exciting regardless as he makes his way that long walk back down to the mat. Last bowl of the night on the forehand. Can he do it?
It's a bit narrower, that's for sure. Is he going to hit something square like that green one. No, slide. No. Just not the weight, was
not
it?
to be.
Yeah. So a single on the tiebreaker end gives the win to the West End Wombats over the Stoke Thunder. It's been an interesting, engrossing sort of game, with Stoke Thunder not scoring in the first set and then holding West End Wombats so completely in control in the second into the tiebreaker. So the West End Wombats, Steve Walker skipping, John Garrett and Marky Davis, have beaten the Stoke Thunder here in this final match of the first day of the Summerset Retirement Villages Bowls3Five Club Championships. We've got 2 more days coming for you, so make sure you stick around and find the right channel and watch, because there'll be some more outstanding bowls to come.